Welcome back to the 6 hours of Valencia. We just had some internet and technical issues there from Ben Brown, who was providing our original stream. So we've switched over, I've taken control, and we'll hopefully be good to the end of the race. I'm still joined by Ben Myatt, and yeah, hopefully we should be good to the end of the race. And thank you very much, Ben, for using your sub. Yes. Trying to get some down. We'll get the race gaps on. But yeah, as you can see, since we had those issues, Luka Gigic in the number 70 has taken the lead away from the 22. I'm just looking to see. Yeah, they actually made pit stops in that time. There seems to be a little bit of a connection issue with the 70, though, as they jump in and out. They are in front of the 22 BMW now. And actually, last lap, these drivers set nearly identical times. So Bentley not running too badly after they've changed tyres. Both of them putting on a new set of wet tyres, which is understandable. Obviously, the tyres would have been overheating in that drier period. We've been a bit damaged, so rather than carrying those damaged tyres on at a slower pace, they've put a new set on and are back running quicker than they otherwise would be. Yeah, that Bentley does have the straight line speed, 252 kilometers an hour versus 249 for the Ferrari in front. Yeah, that Ferrari having got themselves out in front will hopefully have the confidence. Of course, different drivers in the car does mean that the Ferrari might not necessarily be the quicker one in the stint, and maybe that is proving fruitful. Last lap around, 0.2 quicker was the Bentley. So they do seem to be gaining a little bit here as we go on board the Bentley. One of the few right-hand drive cars in the field, which might be an advantage, might not be, depending on sort of where your sight line is. But yeah, we see them trying to catch up to the Ferrari. But yeah, if the pace is very even between the two of them, it could be quite difficult to make a move. Yeah, you can see Alex Shahabi is in the pits. They've been sat in the pit lane for over 2 minutes now, so very long pit stop for them here. Hopefully it's not tech issue related, but they are dropping down places. They were in P3 before the pit stops. They finally get going. But yeah, very long stop there for them. And I'm just seeing they actually caused a yellow flag recently. Let me see if I can get this up. Oh, it is wanting to... They had just got past because the number 8 had made a mistake. It does. So yeah, something has happened with them.
Currently, the Samsung, they can only hear you on stream, which, you know, might be a benefit for some people.
Well, this wasn't last minute at all, and I definitely didn't make any mistakes. I have no idea what you're on about. Yes, sorry. Do welcome Ben back to the commentary box. But
No problem. Been muted the whole time. Some people might think that improves the stream, if we're honest. But yeah, we are still, we plod onwards as we do.
Yes, we've just seen there as we were watching 55. They passed the 76, put them an extra lap down. Who had spun, and someone else taking a spin is Phil Sayers coming out of T1, and so has Andrew Proctor gone for a spin. Let's try and see what has happened to these drivers, if this will actually work this time. Yes, here we go. Into T1 with Phil Sayers.
See how much more spray they're kicking up now. Yeah, just got a bit wide and the car just loses, and then Proctor does exactly the same thing.
Anything you can do, I can do better, says Proctor. But yeah, luckily for Proctor, they've, I think they have lost out to the 182 McLaren, leading in the AMS class, now up to P4 overall, so that'd be a very good result for them. Han has about 30 seconds between them and the 92 Porsche, so a good bit of breathing room, but good bit of security. Someone who doesn't have a lot of security, though, is Matt Guger Scott. They're being chased down by Dan Tomlinson.
Yep, and that's Lexus on Ferrari. That's challenging two oNiD teams as well as they try and push their way for server dominance at this rate. But we will see where they can find a way through. Dan is looking very confident in that Lexus at the moment.
He is indeed as they come into the final corner. Last laps around, Dan Tomlinson was actually 2/10 slower than Matt Guger Scott. Let's see what it is this time around as they come up past the line. 4/10 quicker for Dan Tomlinson, and of course that Lexus is going to be quite quick in a straight line, 254 kilometers an hour. It's got in the speed trap. The Ferrari has got 251, one of the quicker Ferraris across the field, but still 3 kilometers an hour slower than the Lexus behind.
Big twitch from Tomlinson there. He is pushing hard, and that has cost him a couple of car lengths. He seems to be finding his way back into it. He just needs to be close enough as they come out of that last turn to make that speed advantage count.
Yep, we go on board, looking over the rear wing of Matt Guger Scott as Dan Tomlinson closes in. Will be right in that spray, which I imagine will be quite a bit to look through. The rain not too heavy though, the track not too wet. Does mean that spray isn't too bad. still it might be quite difficult as they head up to turn 12, where we've seen Johnny make a mistake earlier following another car just running a little bit wide. But look how close Dan Tomlinson is here. He could have an opportunity coming down the start-finish straight as long as they get a good exit.
So just going a bit wider to give the car a bit more swing through. They've got that Aston in front of them, but that's very, very close from Dan. You can hardly see the Lexus behind the Ferrari there, and he pops out of the slipstream on the inside. Can they hold it is the question.
Scott holds it round the outside and is braver on the brakes into turn 2. So Dan Tomlinson will have to try again. Good defence so far from them as we have a yellow flag. Our leader is off at the final corner. Let's see what's happened here.
He did not have the room to spare as they came down, and the rear just steps out, and the Bentley says thank you very much and drives on through. Oh, that second half spin will have felt horrible. But you nearly get going, and then it's like, no.
Yeah, now they find themselves behind BMW number 17 of Dennis Cometto, who lets them through. But yeah, 12 seconds off the lead will have damaged the tyres in that spin. So not ideal for a former race leader, but still plenty of time to try and make up for it. Let's go back to Dan Tomlinson, who's coming into the final corner again, right on the back of the Ferrari, trying to get the good exit. It was sort of seemed a little confused what to do exactly coming onto the straight. They'll pull out of the slipstream, side by side. Let's see, can Dan Tomlinson get the move into T1 this time? Looks like they have, but Scott go try and come back with a cutback.
See that Scott's brave, possibly braver on the brakes, thinks better of it this time. The temptation was there, but I think he decided maybe not.
Yeah, if Matt can keep up in the corners here compared to the Lexus, they can maybe use the slipstream to help pull them along and help carry them forwards a little bit. So maybe could be a good thing.
Yeah, that Lexus is a tall car. It punches a big hole in the air. If you can stick underneath it, it's going to will not only save you a little bit of give you a little bit of extra speed, it'll save you a little bit of fuel as well as you try and get through.
Matt running out wide to let Stefan Behrens through, who has taken over in the number 8 car. Now running in P3. Yeah, things settling down. A few drivers having issues of various sorts, and things spreading out at this point in time.
Yeah, we're reaching that mid-phase, aren't we? Where it's there's a few incidental battles forming, but you're not really pushing for those final positions yet. It's you push too hard and you're going to be done before the end of the race. So they're going to have to keep their powder dry and hope to come back as the race goes on. And there's plenty of time still to find those seconds and get them back.
Yeah, and we don't know what the weather is going to do for the rest of this race. How it might change things up, how it's going to keep the drivers and the teams on their toes. Yeah, we will. We'll have to see. No current updates on how the weather will evolve. Hopefully we can get an update soon. But yeah, seeing the
knowing the way we go, it's either going to be monsoon or a hot snap in Death Valley. There's not going to be anywhere in between.
Well, we've talked about things spreading out. Things have closed back in again. The number 22 who've taken the race lead, the Bentley, sliding there through turn 5. they've had a little issue. Let's see what has happened to them. It's another T1 spin, by the looks of it.
Yeah, they had a massive gap back there, but I think the rear's just going to step around. Held it well.
Yeah, got into the brakes very early. Avoided wall contacts. They don't have any damage, but they will now have to defend from the Ferrari behind. Both of these drivers making mistakes this stint, showing just how much they're pushing each other. I mean, even with seeing the Ferrari make a mistake and having the 10+ second gap, the Bentley pushing on, making their own mistake. You know, they know that, you know, if they want to win this race, they can't afford to let off, even when they have that little bit of margin.
Absolutely, and this is where the Bentley needs to make that. The timing amp's doing something a bit funny there. It's where that Bentley needs to make the space where it's on the straights, where it can pull away and try and get just enough distance to stop the Ferrari getting underneath them in the corners. They found a little bit there, but they're going to have to really push to keep that number 70 behind.
Yeah, they are indeed. But that straight line speed, as you mentioned, probably going to help them hold that advantage. As we look over the back of them. Just to update you on the stints. Our two leaders were some of the first cars to pit. The number 70, 27 minutes into their stint. 22 minutes for our leader. A lot of the other cars, somewhere between 20 and 10 minutes. So yeah, it will be interesting to see how the strategy unfolds. Let's see, the number 70 having a couple of connection issues, dropping in a little bit as they try and chase down. Hopefully that doesn't distract the Bentley too much. But yeah, the Ferrari, well, they're able to keep up with the Bentley here. They don't seem to be able to, you know, close in and really apply some proper pressure.
That's the trick, isn't it? They're just not finding that real burst of speed that they need to get underneath the Bentley, put them in a position where they can actually attack. And as soon as they hit the straight, the Bentley just used that extra power to pull a few car lengths, and that sets it up for the next lap.
Got a side-by-side battle here. Andy Thorpe trying to get past the 81 Ferrari with Mika Patush. I want to say there was maybe a little mistake there for the number 81. Let's see if we can get a replay to show, because they're in front. They have quite a bit of a gap here as they make their way through turns 9 and 10, braking for turn 11. They get out wide onto the curb and taking the long lap penalty there.
The Joker lap. Taking their Joker now, they don't need to do another one.
Yeah, well, funny it happened in the exact place that the long lap is for the bikes. Obviously, they run that as a penalty in their own system. And yeah, just interesting how Ferrari running out wide ended up taking that exact line. Nearly did give Andy Thorpe P10, but they just about held on, which I'm sure they're quite happy with. Another battle starting to form. The 92 Porsche has got up to fellow Porsche, the only other Porsche on the track, and is trying to get themselves into the top 5 overall. Not within the same class, but they will need to get past this Porsche if they want to try and chase down the 182 McLaren that currently leads the way within AM's class.
Yeah, oh, that's a big old dive there from Bendel into the corner. Gets the move done. That was some very strange braking from Andrew Propp. I wonder if he got a little bit offline. The car got twitchy and he just had to apply the brakes to stabilise it, and that just let Bendel launch himself up the inside.
Yeah, let's see if we can maybe see from on board with Ben. coming out of the long left-hander. The push in front seems to get better traction. And then running towards here, you can see a little wide of the apex and just much earlier on the brakes. Maybe struggling with confidence is Andrew Proctor in the 823 Porsche. But yeah, that does lay Brendel 3. They do have a big gap, 27.5 seconds to push on to Jules Flint. But as we've mentioned a couple of times, a lot of race to go. They can certainly make that time up.
And Proctor doesn't seem to be letting him get away. He's wanted that place back, and that was a bit leery from Bendel's Porsche there as he came through that short little shoot down.
From all three of those cars as they came through turn 3, just trying to hold the car to the left-hand side, the back end swinging out to some extent. But yeah, they carry on, pushing on, and you can see that gap already opening up. 1.5 seconds the gap from Brendel to Proctor now, and I'm sure that will continue to open. I do wonder, looking at lap times, Dan Tomlinson, the next car to catch up to Proctor, 10.5 seconds back, did gain 1.9 seconds that lap on Proctor. So obviously Proctor lost a bit of time being passed by Brendel last lap, but is losing not too long in the future. Could be under pressure as Dan challenges for P4 within the Pro class. They will lose a bit of time letting Stefan Behrens through in the number 8 Ferrari.
Yep, that top 3 have checked out. They're a long way distant from the guys behind now. It's not the longest lap round here for all these cars. So about a minute, just under a minute 40, isn't it?
About a minute 30 in dry conditions at the moment. They're lapping, and about 138s, 139s. Just noticed, I think it is a change of position. Number 70 has retaken the lead. Let's see if we can catch how they did it. Coming through out of turn 6, that is. Now through turn 7. The Fry quite a way back here into braking zone. This is turn 8 where we see Proctor run wide and the Bentley runs wide themselves, dipping a couple of wheels into the gravel. That'll give the 70 the lead back, which I'm sure they'll be quite happy with, though that Bentley, they seem like they want to put the pressure on and try and retake it.
Yeah, they didn't lose so much time there that they're out of this race completely, and now it's going to be a Bentley with slipstream. It's like being chased by an angry cathedral. It's definitely getting closer. The Bentley looks very confident on the brakes there.
Yeah, right up, confident, closing in. Can they stay close enough to get a move done on the straight? Remember, they do have that top speed advantage, and now they'll have the slipstream to further that a little bit more. It might be a little bit difficult in these conditions, but I wonder if they can use the slipstream to set a new personal fastest speed trap. You can see the Fry going a little bit defensive, the Bentley sort of getting towards the curb, trying to open up turn 8 here. Quite risky. We've seen quite a few cars already run wide onto from braking on the curbs, but the Bentley getting away with it that time.
If there's one car that's going to get away with going over a curb, it's a Bentley. It is a very big beast and very well founded. Not the most nimble, but they are they were holding on to the back. They got a little bit deep there and rattled the front end. It's cost them a couple of attempts. Trying to close back up again under brakes.
How good is the traction out of the final corner? See the straight line speed, see how much they're closing. The Ferrari is going to go defensive. The Bentley will commit to the outside, gets their nose in front, but brakes a little bit earlier for T1, and the Ferrari will slot back through. Good exit for the Bentley again, and the Ferrari goes defensive. Got to try and be braver on the brakes here, but it's too far back, and we'll have to try another time.
Ferrari having to very much compromise their speed into the corners there to put the car in a position to prevent the Bentley passing. we said this a couple of laps ago, you're going to have to soak up that pressure. Now it is Mishka's turn to put it on. He's able to just sit behind that Ferrari and look for his opportunity to attack and just pressurise that Gadget's car to try and make a mistake. Oh!
Oh, little bump there. This Bentley again looking to the outside of turn 8. Again, it's just too long of a way round. We'll continue fighting on. Yeah, that Bentley does seem to be a little bit quicker, but struggling to make the move to retake the lead.
Yeah, once it gets into the tight stuff, the 70 is just able to pull a couple of car lengths that let it defend. But if Mishka can close up as they come out of that looping left-hander, they will have a great run. God, you can see the speed difference. He just closes up like a rocket behind them.
Does indeed. But not close enough this time around is the Bentley. On board the front splitter. As the Bentley again trying for a way through the front, just going defensive again into turn 4. Trying to hold on here.
It's crawling all over the back of that Ferrari. He's almost suffering for the overspeed in some of the corners. He's getting the speed boost from the slipstream. He's getting it in just the wrong place, and it's causing him to have to wash out. Goes across the inside. Oh, both of them taking a lot of that exit curve. Closes up under braking. This is where it's going to be come back for him. He needs to just tuck under the rear wing of that Ferrari. He got very wide off the last turn. That would have compromised his launch.
Ferrari goes defensive. But again, the Bentley not close enough. It's really going to be a battle for the next 6 minutes until the Ferrari has to pit. The Ferrari will be the first of these two to pit.
You wonder how different the strategies are going to be and where this battle is going to be once they have both cycled through that pit stop.
I've just realised, of course, weather is going to play into this. But as things stand, the Ferrari will have to pit about 2 minutes. About 2 minutes before the 3-hour mark. Now, the 3-hour mark is important because once we pass the 3-hour mark, you can get to the end of the race on... If you pit on the 3-hour mark, you can get to the end on 3 more pit stops. The Ferrari might have to take an extra drive-through to get to the end of the race if the weather doesn't throw them sort of a saving grace strategy-wise, just from their stint timer sort of being 5 minutes shorter as things currently stand. That could be quite interesting. Yeah, if the weather doesn't play too much into it, could be the thing that decides this race.
We'd hope that it would be decided on track in a battle like this, because this one is glorious. They are absolutely fighting tooth and nail. That big old Bentley is not letting up the pressure at all. It's never been quite close enough to get there, to get up the inside. It's just not getting, but he is right there the whole time, and you know he's going to be filling the mirrors in that Ferrari. They are not. They're going to have one eye on that on the rear view screen and another on the car in front.
make things easier. Neither does the line moment from the 70. Yeah, car just in front of these two. Meanwhile, Peter Jelinek has had a spin. This is coming out of turn 12, same place that Johnny had his spin. Let's see if we can catch what happened with the car, and let's go on board as it happens.
That's the Mustang. It's too much curb, unsettled the car. In these conditions, trying to throttle up, just spins the car around for him. Kept us out of the wall. So he wouldn't have done any damage to anything other than his ego. But it has lost him time on track.
Yep, has lost time. Will have hurt the tyres a little bit with the spin. Yeah, luckily they carry on without any wall contact. See this battle across the start-finish line again. The Bentley in the slipstream, but again, gets to turn 1, isn't close enough. The Ferrari is doing just enough to hold on here. Another battle that it's not as much of an intense battle as this is, but is still somewhat close. Andy Thorpe on the back of Patush in the 81 Ferrari. It's okay, you know, Andy isn't piling the pressure on, but he's still just keeping up, using the slipstream, and is sort of being pulled along by the 81.
Yeah, just trying to stick with him and hope that he gets closer to the car front. And then not. Oh, well, wasn't us. Can't claim that one was us.
Unless you say that is what they call commentator's curse. Sorry, Thorpe. We will go back to watching the leaders. As Bentley a little bit closer this time by. Can they keep close enough this time to make a move down start-finish straight? They'll need a good run through turn 13 here, wide of the apex though. And that just allows the Ferrari again to open the gap up. They're going to be too far back. Another, they'll slide through turn 13.
That's where he's been dropping it time after lap, where he's been dropping time. The Ferrari's just able to hold that better line through the apex. And now Michigan will close up again. He's just not going to be close enough to actually throw a move up the inside unless he's very ambitious.
We'll have to be ambitious, but of course we'll have to remember with the extra overspeed, we'll have to brake a little bit sooner. The good news for the Bentley though, the Ferrari is pitting at the end of this lap. The stint timer is running out. The question is, what do these drivers do on strategy? We don't quite know what the weather is going to do. You can see a couple of cars already heading into the pits. Of course, the drivers will be basing what they do on that strategy, what the weather's going to do. Whether they come in, change tyres, or whether they stay. Bentley again running wide into turn 8. The same mistake of how they lost the lead. It's going to drop them back a few seconds.
He was. I think he was starting to get frustrated in the cockpit of that Bentley. Oh, loops it. Not quite. Nearly. You could see the frustration building. He was starting to overdrive, getting very twitchy. Just really wanted to be past that Ferrari. But he saved it there, and that, as Tim Bob puts in the chat, nice catch to stop it from fully looping round. It's kept within 7 seconds. That's going to put him about 19 seconds ahead once they've through the pits here.
Big twitch for the car behind. That was the 76 of Jan Tabrowski. As we do see our leaders into the pits. Let's just see, what are they going to do for this pit strategy? Still pulling up to their box towards the end of the pit lane. And just as they're stopped here, I wonder if the Bentley may be a bit distracted trying to set up their pit strategy. And, you know, we know, especially in these conditions, how difficult it can be to keep the car on the road driving as fast as you can while flicking through the pit menu to set up what tires you want next, what pressures you want, because of course with the wet conditions you might be changing your pressures more substantially than you would be in a normal dry race.
Yeah, we have all done that one, haven't we? Just that little lapse of concentration as you're trying to move things around with one thumb on the D-pad to get everything changed up, and then look up and realise you're about 40 feet past your braking spot, and having to slam on and make the car all twitchy. But that's a long old stop, it feels, for Berens there in the number 70. They've come out about a minute behind.
Yeah, that was a full 30-second tyre change. So it was. So new tyres, and they'll be looking to use that tyre grip. Unfortunately for them, things haven't quite worked out in the timing front. They find themselves right under the rear wing of Stefan Barons, who has 10 minutes left in their stint here. And this could hold them up.
And that's really gonna stick there. Barons has no reason to get out of the way for number 4 position on track. But he's in his own race, and you can argue that yeah, he's going to have to pit at some in the next 10 minutes. It won't hurt him to let 70 go, but the more he holds him up now, the more chance he has of beating him at the end of the race.
Yeah, you never know what's going to happen between now and the end. You know, we've seen the 70 make a couple of mistakes in the final corner. No guarantees that they're not going to make another one. So, hey, run your own race. It's like, okay, maybe if they go for, get themselves alongside, go for the move. Maybe you just let them go, but you won't have to, as the 70 has gone for a spin out of the final corner and is stuck facing the wrong way. Has to wait for a few cars to pass. And now will use the pit entry to help them get turned around. But that's tremendous time loss, and the 22 is going to be back into the lead of this race.
That has absolutely played into the 22's hands. They are now over a minute ahead of Lorenz in P3, who is going to have to stop in the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, I think there is.
And now.
Yeah, there is a little bit of a timing thing. They're 55 seconds ahead is the 22, but both of those drivers have to make a pit stop. But yeah, as long as the 22 themselves keeps running cleanly as they come here to start their in lap, yeah, it will be clear. Was it a little bit slow last time around for the 22? A 41.8 compared to a 140.3 for the number 8, and the 92 Bendel in the 92 Porsche, 138.6, so maybe a potential 3 seconds given up there for the Bentley, but certainly not as much time as the number 70 Fry has given up themselves.
And it's where else the Bentley going. You'd think the Bentley is going to filter out in between Lorenz and Gidgick, so it's going to be how big that gap is.
Talked about Dan Tomlinson catching up to Andrew Proctor. They have done that, and it seems like Andrew Proctor has kind of let them through, though Dan Tomlinson has ran a bit wide here and has maybe given opportunity for Proctor to come back, though it doesn't seem like the Porsche is too interested in the fight. Let's just catch a little replay of that move from Dan Tomlinson. Coming up to turn 12, you can see the spray getting quite strong at this point of the race. The Porsche running quite wide there onto the curb. Lexus has the momentum. We'll try and look inside, both of them having big snaps there as they come out of turn 12. And yeah, that allowed Dan Tomlinson up to P4 within the Pro class.
That's not put him too far out of contention. Still half this race to go, pretty much. The Bentley does come in for its stop. Where are they going to filter out?
Whether they filter out in front or behind of the number 8 doesn't really matter, as the number 8 will still have to pit themselves unless there's a sense of the strategy that gets involved, but the rain looks quite heavy at the moment. Seems to be on the heavier side of what we've seen so far this race, judging by the spray. So yeah, it will be a new set of wet tyres, you'd have to imagine. Will be interesting to see if any drivers sort of stick on. Actually, Bentley on its way, 18 seconds stopped in pit lane. They have retained the same set of wet tyres and have gone for a shorter pit stop, gaining them a bigger gap, but of course they're not going to have quite as much grip this stint.
That's confident, if nothing else. They must feel that they can keep ahead of the cars behind through the next stint in order to do that.
That does give them a 20-second gap over the number 70. So it'll be interesting to see, as we cut to Andrew Proctor, who's taken a little trip through the gravel just as we jumped to them. Let's try and see what has happened here with the Porsche. Just missed their braking point in the spray behind the Lexus, it seems.
Just focused on the car in front, lost their visual references, and then, yeah, you're off. And watching cars go on by.
Yeah. Meanwhile, into the pits is Patush for the 81 Ferrari. You can see Andy Thorpe, after that little mistake they made behind the 81, they've caught back up. They were half a second a lap quicker on the previous lap. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see here. The 81 not pulling towards its pit box. Come to the pit exit. And the 81 going for a drive-through. They have the fuel to carry on. So they will indeed. As we see the number 70, a moment has popped up. We've got a few more cars coming into pit lane. While they come into pit lane, let's have a little look at the 70 here as they come through turn 12 and 13 behind Andrew Proctor, who has a little moment wide in front of them. That's not the first time we've seen that. And trying to go round the outside, gets off the track and goes for a 360 spin.
The loop gets going again and is still pointed in. At least they ended up pointed in the right direction. That's the only thing you can really say for that one. But that will hurt their chances of being able to take the fight to the Bentley.
It will indeed. Also having struggles is Horak in the 76 Ferrari, having gone for a spin, is a lap behind the next car in front of them. As, just saying, I think Dennis Comedo in the 17 car has had a connection issue and has dropped out of the server, unfortunately.
That is a real pity. That puts us down to 18 cars at least temporarily. I believe they can get back in if the right driver rejoins, but it will put them a long way back if they can, even if they can.
Yeah, into the pits now is the number 8, so is the 182. Coming in to reset their stint timers. 182 already on their way here and has come out behind the 92 Porsche, but the 92 Porsche will be pitting within the next 6 minutes themselves. I can see with the wet conditions, drivers, the strategies have spread out quite a bit in terms of when the drivers are pitting. Seeing quite a time difference, quite a few laps. And it will make things interesting. Dan Tomlinson also into the pits for the 77 Lexus, trying to recover after a couple of trips through pit lane for a drive-through and stop-go 30. handed to them. But we got a yellow flag for Andy Thorpe, who's had a spin. This also looks to be at turn 8.
Gets himself going again. Oh, just on the last corner, they'll come and dives for the pits. You might as well at that point.
Yeah, that is going to cost them a bit of time, and I'd like to correct myself while we look at this replay of how that spin happened. It's actually coming out of turn 12 towards the final corner. The 77 was taking a drive-through penalty. Don't know if that was for track limits or for another one for speeding in the pit lane. But yeah, I can see Anthorpe there getting onto the curb in the braking zone for the final corner, going for a spin. Not the first time we've seen that. They've now got to the end of pit lane. They driving through to reset their stint timer there. And also just have another yellow flag come up, this time for the 182 McLaren that is in the net lead of the AMS class.
A lot of cars starting to have little moments on their own. And a lot of people go, oh, fatigue, you're just playing sim racing. You're not looking at if you sat there for a couple of hours concentrating on line, apex, throttle, brake, line, apex, you sort of sink into that state, and eventually your mind starts to wander, you start to think about different things, and then suddenly you've gone a couple of inches too wide and you've spun the car. And then you refocus, you get going again, and then you start to drift, you start to get... And it's a constant... Endurance racing isn't just fighting the car, just fighting conditions or your other drives, it's fighting yourself. It's keeping that mental focus for long stints in the driving seat.
Yeah, it takes a lot of focus to drive these cars on the limit. When the grip is ever changing to lap with the weather, you can't just do the same every lap. You've got to push the limit if the track is getting quicker, so you're not sort of being left behind. And when the track's getting wetter, you've just got to manage how much you're pushing. It's such a fine margin, especially when you've got these curbs round here that you have to use to get a quick lap time, but they're slippery. You use a curb, certain curbs you touch instantly will try and spin you round. Some curbs you can get away with using, and there is time in using them. Something I do want to point out while we're on board with Bendel, who currently does lead the AM class but does have to pit not this end of this lap but the end of next lap, which will put them back behind as they have a little wide moment, I imagine, sorting out that pit strategy. Again, another thing that leads into the fatigue. They will drop behind Flint by 30 seconds back unless they drive through the pit lane. Yeah, they will lose out, and the 182 will retake the lead.
It's going to ebb and flow between those two at the moment. Ooh, it's a faux dive from Bendel. Then sort of looked like he was thinking about coming into the pits, and then fought against it and re-straightened the car to head down towards turn 1.
Tell you what isn't ideal though is this double yellow motorsports car coming out of the pits right in front of them. They're side by side. Of course, the 301 is being lapped, but that just compromised the Porsche, how much speed they could carry through and out of T1, compromising them all the way to turn 2. They have gone down in front now, but yeah, a little bit of time lost there, which isn't ideal.
Yeah, the Mustang just in the wrong place at the wrong time. They're obviously not their fault. They're running their own race. They have to come out of the pit somewhere. Unfortunately, sometimes it just happens to be alongside another car. They carry on, and they've got a lot of time to catch up to the car in front. They're a lap behind at the moment. Anything can happen, but that's a big ask. So they've got to do a lot of heavy driving to get themselves back in contention for the places ahead.
Yeah, indeed. As you can see, running a little bit wide through turn 11 there. Yes, mentioned, will of course spread out, but it is nearly time that we see Bernard Bendel into the pits. So we'll just follow along, see what they do on their pit strategy. They do have an option here to get themselves in front of the 182. That depends if they have the fuel on board to drive through here. So they'll slow down, hits the limiter, and let's see, do they peel off into their pit box or do they drive straight through? Pulling towards their box.
It always feels like such a long time when you're on that pit limiter trundling through the pit lane. It's like it's a longish stop.
We'll just keep an eye here. Do they pop off the jacks early? Coming up to 20 seconds now. This looks like a full tyre change. So that will lead 182 nicely back into the lead of AMS. The number 9 Ferrari will be able to get through as well. Let's see, is Lexus close enough? No, they're just coming into the final corner. The Porsche on the pit exit now. So that is where they can currently sit overall. P6. Be interesting to see if that Porsche is able to chase down the number 9 Ferrari in front of them and put themselves back into the top 5 overall.
Absolutely. They've shown the pace to do it this afternoon. Oh, that's a Ferrari off a long way onto the paint there. It's Horak in the 76 car.
Yeah, it is indeed. And see how the Baron come through, just getting in front of the 51 Aston Martin as they come out of the pits. This will be quite interesting to see if the Aston Martin will be able to close down the Ferrari. Having just come out behind them, if they'll have the pace to try and pass them, put the pressure on, or if the Ferrari's going to be able to pull away. Should note with that, the Aston did not change tyres, 22-second stop, so fuel only as they're coming up to that, the 800 BMW. The Ferrari has ran in deep, and this might give an opportunity. He's running onto the gravel, and through goes the 51 back in front of the 555. That is up to P12 or into the top 10 within the Pro class.
Yeah, it looked like the Ferrari was very keen to try and get past that BMW. Went to the inside and then just overshot their braking points, and they were gone. They were off into the weeds.
Yeah.
However, they are right back on the 51 there and attacking.
The BMW, as I see the Aston behind flashing the lights, still in front. Both these cars will still have to pass. That could present an opportunity to the Ferrari, which, by the way, did put on new tyres at the pit stop, so should have the grip. Do you have the pace? It doesn't really matter. The 51 has gone for Perret on the outside of T1. Just running too wide again.
There's a lot of good battles being killed off by drivers spinning, isn't there?
Yeah, whether it be T1 or the final corner. Yeah, drivers struggling in these conditions.
Oh, dearie me, that went very wrong for them very quickly. But they can get back on it. They're not out of it. Again, I know we've said it a few times now, there is plenty of race left to run. And there's still, more importantly, there's a lot of pit stops still to be run.
Yeah, still a long way to go, but yeah, we are currently over halfway through the race, 3 hours and 17 minutes. We're going to take a short little break, and yeah, we will be back shortly. We are back as we're heading towards the 2.5-hour mark remaining, and we have some battles closing up on track. We did see the 55 overtake the 37 there while we were on break, but now we have the 92 closing in. Bandel on Matt Goodger-Scott. That gap coming down to a second. They gained 1.4 seconds last time around as they cross the line here. How much time will they have gained this time? Oh, it's pretty much equal lap times. But the Porsche closing in.
That was a big run from the Porsche off the last corner there. Got a really good run. Kind of seemed to run out a little bit of top end as they got closer to the end of the straight, but able to close up as they go into the twisty stuff. And it's a long old section of following the car in front now. Just try and find a gap to push their way past.
Trying to see through the spray as well. Quite a gap they closed in a couple of laps ago, but equal times. So was there maybe a little mistake from the Porsche the previous lap? Or did the Ferrari make that previously? It seems like it might have been a mistake from the Porsche as they really have closed in on the back here and they're hiding the pressure on. They try and get to the inside. Goodger-Scott's left the door open and side by side through turns 9 and 10. The Porsche has it done. Matt in the end not fighting that one too hard.
No, Abruzzi maybe thinking discretion is the better part of valor there. They're not in the same class fight. So letting the Porsche go probably safer than trying to fight it for overall position at this point. Given we've seen the 9 get quite far down the field and they have fought their way back to P6, probably a good decision there from that.
Yeah, still have 17 seconds ahead of Dan Tomlinson, so it'll be interesting to see if Scott can hold on to a 17-second gap or if Dan is going to close in. As you can see here, we've on board with Andrew Proctor looking over the rear wing at Andy Thorpe, who has been closing in. A couple of mistakes in the last stint for Thorpe, so they're looking to set right their wrongs. And yeah, they're sort of, they've closed in on Proctor, now they just have to get past.
Yep, the eternal story, isn't it? Catching is one thing, passing is another. With this much of the race to go, though, you'd think the more you apply the pressure, the more chance they've got of getting by, and that was a little bit deep from Proctor there as he went off the entrance to that long sweeping left-hander. But the Ferrari having to look either side of the Porsche to try and find a way past and not have the luck.
Yeah, Ferrari in the slipstream now. Though the Porsche does have the better speed trap, so Ferrari not closing in too much into T1, has a tighter line, able to carry a lot more momentum through there. And Ferrari is going to try and send the nose up the inside of turn 2, isn't far enough alongside, but the Porsche does have to leave it the space, otherwise they would come together, gets out wide onto the curb, struggles with the traction, and that allows the Ferrari through. The Porsche finding itself on the grass.
Yeah, Proctor compromised his line on the way in there, and that just left him out to dry as the Ferrari was able to turn underneath him. But he will crack on and try and find his way back to falling 2 seconds off the back now. So he's got a little bit of time to make up, but as he said, he's got the faster through the speed trap, so he might be able to get it done.
So you can see Andy Thorpe already pulling out a gap, and much like we see, there's already a 4-second gap between Bandel and Matt Goodger-Scott. Thorpe opening that gap up, having made the move. One gap that isn't opening up is closing down quite a bit, is the gap between our front two. Remember, at the last pit stops, number 70 pitted earlier but took new tyres. The 22 did not change tyres. They only filled up and it put them in front, but now the 22 is being closed in on. The gap down to 1.3 seconds. Look at Ferrari close in through T1.
Just see how much more momentum the Ferrari. I mean, the Bentley's got the straight line to defend down towards T1, but we've seen this fight before, and the Ferrari very capable of finding a way back through.
Yeah, the Bentley has been able to put up a good defence, but do they have the tyres to do so this time? That's something we haven't seen this so far this race. It's a big difference between the tyres. How much of an impact will it play into the Bentley's defence?
Yeah, perhaps in not wanting to drop behind last time, they got overly compromised through this stint on that. Ferrari just closes up so much there, able to use all that extra grip. And you can see the Bentley skating.
Yeah, how much more grip the Ferrari has, really piling the pressure on. Is the Bentley going to defend the inside? No, the Ferrari finds the gap, slots it down the inside, will get the car slowed up, and still has the traction on the exit. Relatively easy move there for the Ferrari as they retake the lead and will try and build up a gap. Can the Bentley, though? Remember, it has that straight line speed. They're going to try and come back into T1, but they lift off knowing that they're not going to have the grip anyway.
Yeah, that wise decision there, I feel. If they launched up the inside with the lack of grip, they'd just have clattered each other. It would have not ended well for either of them, and they're not so far ahead of the ends that want to get into a massively damaging crash.
Another gap that is closing it in again with a tyre delta is the 51 closing in on the 37. See here, all over the back. While we were watching that battle for lead, you mentioned the 823 came through pit lane. That was to serve a drive-through penalty.
Ooh. I'd love to say they're settling, but they're really not. The fights are starting to liven up again, and even down at the bottom of the field, we are seeing cars finding someone to scrap with. Petter Jovanek looking to the outside there. It is very difficult to pass a similar marked car unless you get a really good launch like that. And Petter put himself in just the right place to get the boost off the corner. Right alongside.
Yeah, two Aston Martins, so they're even down the straight side by side through T1. Just about leave each other enough room. Jalnik is going to have the run on the exit, but that doesn't stop Jure from trying to catch up round the outside. No, eventually it is too long. Too far round the outside, and we'll have to back. Is maybe thinking about a move into T4, but ultimately nearly gone to the grass trying it. Was not going to come off.
That was probably a bit ambitious. It's like the temptation is real, but yeah, what's the old crows if you no longer go for a gap? But I think that gap will probably have closed on you very, very quickly.
Yeah, I don't think 37 we've been able to got themselves into the gap without not being able to slow down for the corner. You can see running deep there into turn 8 as we look over the rear wing of Jalnik in the 51 Aston Martin. He's now starting to break away. Still the last of our pro cars at the moment. 11.7 seconds behind Martin Thorpe. But they'll be hoping to try and close that in. Speaking of, Martin Thorpe is trying to close the gap down to Hilly Byrne in the 555 Ferrari. 0.2 second gap. Martin Thorpe gaining about 2/10 last lap, so not gaining quickly, but is still gaining nevertheless. We'll see that like tires does seem like the 55, the 555 might have newer tires than the 55, but Thorpe being in the pro car, maybe he just has a little bit more confidence. Is able to drag the same pace out of their older tires as Harley is able to do with their new tyres.
He's holding the gap there as well. He's not able to break away. It's balancing very finely, but it's only going to take one moment, isn't it? And they're going to be on each other. That was a couple of attempts right there they closed up for Harley able to get the acceleration down, try and sprint away. But they just ended up in the same place they already were.
Too much to choose between these two cars at the moment. So they will carry on. And still pushing each other wide there. You can see from Harley that has allowed Martin to close in. The times this time around, Harley 139.9, 138.9 for Martin Thorpe, a second gained, most of that in the final corner alone.
We've been seeing that a lot, cars just getting it a little bit wrong on their entrance to that final corner, and that lets everyone behind them close up. It's a very tricky corner. It turns away from you a long way, and after a long sweeping left-hander, the way the car unloads really changes the balance as you try and come through it. But it's catching a few people out there.
It is indeed, as we've been going on. Joining us back in the commentary box after having their issues, hopefully they're all sorted, is Mr. Ben Brown.
Good evening. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Oh dear. Well, thank you everyone. Thanks to Scotty for stepping in and saving the day. So there we go. Technology, huh?
Oh,
Can't live with it. Can't burn it in a fire.
Yes, it's still a good race though. Very interesting, I think, right now with the extended wet period.
Yeah, people aren't quite sure where they're going to stand yet. They're pushing on through this wet period, and then it's going to come down to who's got their strategy just right.
Well, the interesting thing is that obviously when the server's set up, etc. With ACC, you have certain parameters you can put in. You can't exactly forecast the weather, but you can put certain parameters in. And it's not been as changeable as we initially thought. So it might be that those last 2 hours really do become more changeable, and then it will be interesting to see what people do with their strategies, because I think ever since the first 40 minutes it's been fairly wet the entire time, apart from that one little spell while it stopped for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Unless I've missed something in the last hour.
No, it has been wet since then. But yeah, that sort of 10-minute spell can really throw you off, because you think, all right, we've had the wet period, now we're back into a dry period. You start thinking, right, how are we going to tackle this dry period? And then all of a sudden, oh wait, hang on, it's a very short dry period. It's back to wet again before you can even put a slick tire on. So very confusing to strategize around. Will be very difficult to figure out what's the right thing to do. When do you change tires? Especially with regards to how the stint timer lines up to the end. If you're someone that you have to run your stint timer to the absolute last minute to make it to the end of the race without making an extra pit stop, you're really locked into your strategy, and you have to really avoid pitting unless you really have to. Whereas if you're someone else who can get away with pitting 15 minutes earlier, that does leave strategy options that could help you close in on someone in front and maybe gain a couple of positions.
Yeah, interesting, because they're obviously all over the place in terms of stint time. So this is set quite a lot now. But if it does become more changeable, it'll be those teams, I think, that can maybe hang out a little bit longer on the wet tyres and stretch it out because of the short stint time. You don't want to have to do an extra stop or a drive through right at the end of the race. You might want to stick it out for a couple of extra laps, thinking that you want to try and stay on schedule a little bit.
Yeah, one of the differences in strategy we've seen this stint is, of course, with the shorter 45-minute stint timer, means if you sort of want to double stint a set of tyres, you're only going an hour and a half on them, rather than what we'd see typically being about a little over 2 hours. And has maybe opened up possibility. The Bentley here that we're watching, the 22 sitting in second, tried to do something different. They didn't change tyres. It gave them 12 to about 14 seconds in the stop last time, but as you can see, they haven't had the pace. They've dropped back. They lost 2.2 seconds to the number 70 last lap alone. So it's a respect for them for trying to do something different. But yeah, it hasn't quite worked out double stinting the wet tyres here for the 22.
And the problem is now they're committed as well, because it's a minute in the pits. Oh, and the 70 is in the pits apparently. So the Bentley will resume the lead, but yeah, they're committed now, because if they go into the pits, then they drop down to P3 as well. So it's
also it's worth pointing out, although the MA70 team have been really dominant in this race, they're not actually the championship leaders. It's also worth pointing out that the 81 Mertel Motorsport racing with Ferrari car in 6th in class right now is actually the championship leader. So given the difference in points between 6th and 1st, I think at the minute there's a 30-point gap between the two cars. 31 points in the table. Obviously, we'll have drop rounds, but it's going to be very close, actually. A lot closer than I think we all expected in terms of the Pro Class Championship. It looked like it was going to be the AM Class that was the close one, where we had something like 30 points between the top 6 teams. But yeah, really good showing from the MA70 team. Really putting themselves in the hunt for the actual overall championship as well, right in the last round.
Yeah, one thing to consider though is look at the top left. 2 hours and 15 minutes remaining, or let's say 2 hours 16 as the Ferrari comes out of the pits. Take away 45 minutes, you've got an hour and a half. Take away another 45 and you've got 46 minutes. Stint timer is only 45 minutes. That Ferrari is really close to having to do an extra stop compared to the 22 that we see that has taken the lead and is able to go a bit longer in their stint timer.
Right, even if they just do a quick run through the pits to reset their timer, that's a big old chunk of time to drop, especially if the cars behind them are keeping them honest. It's far from over between these cars, and definitely still anyone in that top 3 in with a chance at the moment.
Totally off topic, I'd like to also say Yuri's just finished his stint. The full kit did not last, by the way. It must be excruciatingly warm in that room. I think he's just got out the car. I can confirm from looking at the webcams that it did not last. It is definitely halfway down legs only right now. So, fair play to Yuri for doing that for us.
Oh, that's amazing. That must have been horrible.
Yeah, I can only imagine. He was in the car for quite a while as well, wasn't he? So,
absolutely.
Yeah, fair play.
Yeah, fair play. Cannot argue against that at all. Trying to take it off, cool themselves down. Yeah, sometimes I feel too warm in SimGrid wearing anything. So, yeah, can't blame them there. We have had a battle pop up for the lead in the AMS class. And oh, they've come together, the Porsche and the McLaren. The Porsche trying to get to the inside of that awkward turn 7. The McLaren trying to close the door down. Both of them going off for a bit of slip and slide.
Yeah, just didn't quite have the overlap. It didn't quite have the overlap there. It's very difficult to hold it on the inside there on these conditions, I'm sure. You'll see it here, but Yeah, just got a better drive off the corner. Really good drive, actually.
It's a
That's
strange
very
break
brave.
from McLaren. Oh, just a
Just,
little tap.
Yeah,
If they'd managed to hold it there, it would have been the best drift we'd ever seen.
yeah, the McLaren has continued on in front, has actually had 5 seconds open up between the two of them, but yeah, the McLaren just about left a car's width there on the inside on the straight part, but then as they came to the sort of left-hand kink, it just, you can't hold that car's width line exactly through that little kink, which is easy flat out, even in these wet conditions. Okay, you have to use a little bit more of the track, but yeah, just flying a little too aggressively, maybe not quite leaving each other enough space, trying to fight for the lead.
Yeah, it was a very. It was might have been a little bit ambitious there. That is a closing apex where the gap is always going to get narrower and narrower. We've seen it referred to as vortex of danger, and yeah, if you put your nose in there, you've got to be very sure that the other car's got space. It has done one good thing for us though. It's still working, so it's
Oh,
to
is
be
it
honest,
actually? I
yeah,
managed
it
to get it
recorded it.
fixed.
It
Yeah.
recorded it.
So to say actually that the Flint in the 182 is actually the double yellow motorsport 181 car races. It's with a connection issue for one of the teams. It's bumped to 182. They're actually leading the AM class as well overall. So they look like they're going to bring home. They could actually afford to lose that place to the E1 Motorsport team, SimSport, sorry, E1 SimSport team. If the Porsche does catch them up again, it looks like they could probably get away with finishing second and still winning class overall, because they have such a nice gap now back to the 555, the SDF team.
They might well lose that position though, because that Porsche is already making tracks on them. I mean, after that instant, the 182 was 5 seconds ahead. They've dropped 2.5 seconds in the last lap.
Yeah, the 182 didn't take tyres at their previous stop, so again, it seemed dynamic as the lead two had. They're losing a lot of time, and yeah, last laps between the two of them, 140.4 for the 182, or 181 as Ben says, 137.9. That is 2.5 seconds gained in a single lap for the 92. So yeah, and by the end of this lap, as we're coming back onto this point where they had that instant, the Porsche is going to be right on the back tail end of this McLaren again.
That drift won't have made the McLaren's tyres any friendlier. So it's they're definitely looking to sacrifice that spot short term for a long term gain.
And I think they'll probably be a little bit more careful. Although you can see the pace difference. Yeah, see the pace difference there. So they're going to have it done before the uphill right. Yeah, there we go through, and keeping it within track limits as well.
Yeah, I think the 181 went discretion, better part of Valor there, and let them. It wasn't exactly a hard defence there.
Yeah.
So it's once you know the tyres aren't there, there's no trying to hold them up through it.
It's the pit lane as well. There you go.
Yeah.
Yep, they have reached the end of their stint timer. Meanwhile, the 823 has had a moment. Let's just try and catch what that moment was.
Started actually losing it before they got to the curb there, and then the curb kind of finished it off, really.
Yeah.
It's a very difficult corner in the dry through the left right, so straight down pit lane. I can imagine that's just as tricky trying to do that in the wet as well, because they're given the change of direction there. We haven't been particularly friendly with them for the last round, a wet Valencia for 6 hours.
No.
Wet race at oNiD?
I know.
Never heard of that happening.
No, we were talking about the different strategies and how how some teams, maybe potential to go to double stint to save tyres. Of course, if the weather was dry throughout the race, we'd be expecting it. The drivers only have 5 slicks. They do have infinite wet tyres though, so they can't just bolt a new set on every stint. Even if they were to pit every lap, they could do so. But interestingly, despite seeing what happened to the 22, the number 70 have not changed tyres in that pit stop.
Interesting. That's
I think, to be fair, if you're filling up the tank because of the way that the short stints are, the wet tyres are pretty good at keeping the pace up through a whole stint when it's wet. So if some teams... look in the mirrors a moment there for the Fry Guy's car getting lapped. But yeah, because of the way that you can maybe brim the tank when you put on a new set of tyres, you can actually save yourself such a large amount of time in your stop at the next stop. Maybe just put a little bit of fuel in, or even drive through the pit lane like we've seen some cars doing. The wet tyres seem to be able to hold their pace throughout an hour and a half stint. I think anything past that wouldn't be worth it, but they definitely seem to be making it work.
The time gained 14 seconds shorter on the pit stop for the 70, same time as we've seen for the 22 in the previous pit cycle, but that 22 was losing around 2 seconds a lap, and we've seen it with another couple of battles further down the grid. At the later end of the stint, you could be losing 2 seconds a lap, which means that that time that you've gained has just disappeared. The 70 has come out with a 25-second lead, so they certainly have a fair gap that they can let the 22 eat away at. But yeah, the pace difference already started. 6/10 gained last lap for the 22. That might go up a bit further as Daniel Lindblom just having a little moment at the final corner.
This has become a pretty common sight now for this one. It doesn't get out on the curb, it's just a little bit deep on the brake and then you're out on the slippery stuff. Someone wants to just put his foot down and spin it actually. Because we've seen that a few times, haven't we, with people on the painted surfaces then trying to accelerate to get back on the track, and it doesn't really go very well.
every instinct telling you put your foot down, get back on the grey stuff. It's like, there's nothing there for the tyre to gain purchase on. It will just go no.
I don't know, Ben Brown, if you're able to give us maybe a little bit of a weather update, if you have that information.
Yeah, so actually, the rain is going to start dying down soon, and it looks like it's going to stop raining in about 30 minutes. So, what were we just talking about? We were talking about the potential for it to be mixed up a little bit. I think we might start to look at it. It's still, actually, to be fair, the temperature's coming up as well as we head further into the day in the server. It's about 11 o'clock now in the morning. So the temperature will go up, so the track might dry up a little bit faster as well from the last time we saw the dry track. So teams pitting now will be very wary that in about half an hour they may want to be starting to look at dry tyres.
Next weather variant, summer in Death Valley.
Yes.
Track dries instantly and everyone on wets just panics.
But Scotty, you covered it. I mean, in terms of the amount of time that people are on their current stints, some of them might struggle to maybe not have to do another pit stop before the end of the race. They might have to do another pit stop before it dries out as well. If some cars are maybe having to pit in 20 minutes or something, we've got a few cars that are kind of longer on their stints than others. So, it should be quite interesting. I don't trust my stint times right now because it's trying to tell me that a couple of the cars that we've just seen pitted have been out there for 20 minutes, and I don't believe that whatsoever. So I cannot confirm this, but and that's the second time we've seen someone losing out of the pit lane as well.
It's the second time we've seen that car do that out.
Was it that car as well?
Yeah. It was a little moment there.
Yeah, it was a little moment, but they carry on their way. Let's have a little look up. 92, one of those cars that has gone longer on its stint, still yet to make sort of its, will be 6th pit stop of the race, though it is going to be a little bit longer than they would have liked. 5-second penalty for that collision they had when fighting with car 182, or 181 as they should be. Stewart stating that yes, they were at fault for not being far enough along the inside as they got to turn 7.
Yeah, I don't think there's much argument you could really have there. So it was a slightly ambitious move.
Yeah, we have a pretty general rule within oNiD, and both people in the comms box with me know this, being admins and stewards and things. Yeah, we have a general overlap rule, and if there's not that overlap there, then the car behind is usually at fault. So 5 seconds, so not too bad in terms of a penalty. They've already built up a 7-second gap to the car behind. So we know they've got the pace. They've really worked their way through the grid in these last couple of hours. So that shouldn't drop them behind them, unless you've got some other things. So there's a drive-through actually as well for car 38. They've just pitted now for their drive-through penalty for track limits, I believe.
So 38 picking that up as they come into pits, along with the 51 who have come in for the end of their stint timer. One of the cars that stayed out on old tyres for the previous stint. So yeah, they'll be taking new tyres, and the 38 comes out of the pits, crossing that white line, which you're not meant to do. That was a little naughty. But yeah, and now
through as well. Have you seen this? 3rd place.
Oh.
3rd place for the drive-through penalty for track limits also.
Ryan Megan's stepping into the number 8 car. A car throughout the season, I think it's fair to say, has had good pace, has been one of the quicker cars of the series, but constantly finding themselves with issues, whether it's penalties or incidents. I'm not sure I've seen this car have a clean race where they haven't had something go somewhat wrong.
Round 1, maybe?
No, definitely not Red Bull Ring.
Was it not Red Bull Ring that they had the good one? I can't remember. They have been severely unlucky.
I think, if I remember correctly, this car had a drive-through in the first 10 minutes, had then a drive-through with 15 minutes to go and failed to serve it in time. So yeah, I don't think Red Bull Ring was... I think it really sort of set the tone for their season of, yeah, they were quick. I think they held the fastest lap for a good portion of that race. But that early drive-through put them in the pack. They fought their way through pretty well, but towards the end of the race, they picked up another DT, which isn't too surprising if you can pick one up in the first 10 minutes. But yeah, that didn't go very well for them. And yeah, unfortunately, it kind of, from what I can remember of Spa, I think it was, again, early incident. We did have those very manic laps at the start of Spa, where I think 2 or 3 laps in a row up through Abruzzi and Radion, we had just 2 separate incidents involving the front runners at the time, and I think the 8 got involved in one of them. And Donington, another wet race, I think they were a car that somewhat struggled and had a few off tracks that hindered their what they possibly could have achieved with how quick they are.
I'm going to use that excuse for my car number 9 as well, because we've had some pretty unlucky. We finally got it together at the last round of this round, apparently, as well. Matt and Johnny doing a great job today. Up in 4th in class, so that'll be our best result of the season. So be happy with that. I'm sure I won't hear the last of that from those two. They've got the best result of the season. But yeah, been a bit of a pinball, really. Yeah, I think the one that sticks in my mind was Matt ran an absolutely flawless race with Stevie. I think it was at Spa, and ended up dead at Eau Rouge, just randomly with about half an hour to go or something. So Not great.
I
No,
was
much
gonna
better today.
I was going to say that will be them up to third place because they have passed the pit lane as the number 8's been in for their drive-through, but there's a lap between them and
Yes.
being number 8. So, yeah, will not be P3, which you might be glad with, so it doesn't... might not have them the most too much. But yeah, they are currently being chased down by 92, who has just came out of the pits. And that penalty has actually made a difference, because the 92 have came out in front of
It's true.
Matt here, but now the Porsche's going to have to pass the number 9, which we've seen it do last stint already.
I don't think Matt will put up too much of a fight again, given they're in a different class, and I'm not sure how long their pit stop is looking at this. Oh, they didn't put on new tyres, so they've continued. The Porsche's continued on the. They did put on new tyres.
They have.
So yeah, so they will be pretty quick right now, you would imagine, given that gap seems to be coming down fairly. I don't think Matt will be putting up too much of a fight, given the strategy that Matt and John are doing today. Filling up the tank whenever possible and not just into the tyres when they can.
Yeah, this being one of those second stints on older tyres. So, yeah, it would be the wise thing to not lose too much time. Currently do sit about a little over 35 seconds has Sam Grant, who joined us in the commentary box a little earlier. So plenty of gap there, shouldn't be too concerned. And yeah, as long as they don't have any issues and they don't go disastrously wrong on strategy, yeah, they should be able to hold this 4th place in the class to the end. We've not long passed the 2-hour mark, so we're going to go for another quick break, and we will be back very shortly. We are back here, and the fight for the lead in AMS is hotting up once again. After serving that 5-second time penalty, the 92, another set of fresh tyres. They have chased down the 182 double yellow motorsports McLaren and putting them under brake pressure. That McLaren held the same tyres as last stint, and you can see they're struggling. The Porsche recently passed Matt Guger-Scott as we were under that brake, is already trying to get themselves up to P4, and in the AMS class lead is trying to go for a cutback, and they've hit the McLaren once again.
That's not good. You can see what they're trying to do, to try and take the wide line and carry the speed through, but you've got to be aware of the other car that's of course it's going to be on the apex there. So I think if the stewards are looking at that one, if it's come through on the log, which it has, I think we know what's going to happen with that one immediately.
Yeah, should say, joining us in the comms box to the end of the race is Mr. Paul O'Grady. Welcome along, Drama. As soon as you come into the comms box, yeah, it's been a very interesting race, but welcome along.
Oh, thanks for having me. Geez, double yellows on the rear spoiler here, and sure enough, probably a few waving around after that instant. It's high intensity racing to come back to. It was actually funny watching it because it looked like it was. I don't know, my algorithm on Instagram lately has been a lot of like sim racing tips, and it's like, oh yeah, look how easily he's, like, you could see the attack there. The Porsche was boxing the other car into the inside line. Perfect move, great, and then goes to the outside to take the racing line. Great, all great so far. As we have more action happening. Oh, is that being left passed through? What are we seeing there? Is it Matt just going slow, or what's going on?
Issues here.
Oh yes.
Front right puncture. I want to say.
Front right puncture. Wow.
That
How long
strategy.
they must have been on those tyres for a long time.
Maybe
front left, is it?
Front left. Sorry.
I think the front left was locked up there. Yeah. When was the last time we saw a puncture on ACC? Was it the ND24?
No, it
when
was
we had all those people running wet into dry conditions.
First round, it was the Butterdogs Bentley, number 6, I think they were. Yes, number 6. They had a puncture in the final stint of the race with like 10 minutes to go.
I'm wondering how long they've had those tyres on, because the rain's due to stop in about 10 minutes now. So this is awful timing for them, because they're going to have to change tyres obviously here, and they can't put on the dry tyres surely, because it's still raining and we don't know how long it's going to take to dry up a little bit. So Matt's going to have to put the wets on, and soon, maybe quite soon, they're going to have to stop again. So they got past the Porsche, because the Porsche was rejoining, so they're up to 4th overall, and then it's just gone somewhere.
Yeah, I think that's where it went. Yeah, I see into this right-hander, they just can't turn in. And yeah, they now sit in the pace. I think that was the Porsche waiting up to let the 182 past, realizing, well, it's kind of obvious that they were in the wrong there, feeling a sense of guilt, giving the place up, though immediately at the end of that lap, the 182 has come into pit lane, and they've got the place anyway. The rules do say that we don't encourage people to hold up, as doing so can be a little bit risky, can cause incidents.
Which we saw earlier on, actually, didn't we?
Yes.
we saw earlier on where someone slowed to try and let someone back past, and there was a further accident. So into the last one. So that's why we advise not to let them.
I think you could kind of argue that the term for that would be killing someone with kindness.
The stewards are investigating that one. It would only be their second of the race.
Yeah, just a little update as well. You may have noticed the 301 double yellow motorsports Mustang has dropped off their board. They've unfortunately disconnected. It seems like they were trying to get in, as I can see the car's disconnected about 5 times on my log here. So Yeah, unfortunately for them, connection issues has taken them out of the race.
Well, I bet you both can't wait until we're doing this on LMU with Enduro soon. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed, come back to that in a moment. The E81
yes,
here
they're
just,
actually fine position.
yeah, getting up the inside. They weren't in front last lap, but the 24 got through. Didn't quite see how that happened, but they're now back through. I can't say 301 is still attempting to rejoin. So hopefully they can get rejoined and get going again. They'll be quite far down, but finishing the race is always good. Flash of the headlights there from Andy Hearn. Wonder what he's not too impressed by.
No, I think he just knows he's on stream and he's just celebrating his birthday over the weekend. So that's all that was.
Now you mentioned his belated happy birthday to not just Andy, but as well as another driver on the grid, Johnny, who had his a day earlier over the last few days.
Finally turned 21. Good lad.
Believe me, he's definitely not 21.
Is it just me, or is the rain really after drying or like kind of easing up in the last lap or two? It feels like
it might have hit no more rain. It does look like the rain has stopped. There's not a lot of spray either. So
yeah. Do we know what tires that car went out in, after the pits that time? They opted to go for the dries in the end after the puncture?
I would assume, given how stable that car looks, I'll put it on
yeah,
screen.
that's definitely.
It looks like it's wet.
Yeah, 138.7.
It's not swirling around at all. Yeah, so they are going to have to. So they've dropped a few spots. They are going to have to hit again. We've got 2 drive-throughs, by the way. We've got 2 drive-throughs on the board.
Oh.
One for 16th place, number 76, and one for the leaders, number 70.
Ooh.
That is big
doing it now.
news. Just as they come into the pits, by the way, their last lap before entering the pits was a 1:38 versus a 1:36.9 from the number 22. They were losing 2 seconds a lap to that 22. So it's going to be really close on whether the 22 could have caught up. But I must say, from what I'm seeing so far, the tire drop-off from the wets, like the first hour, it doesn't seem too bad. But then beyond an hour, as you're getting towards R15, R20, it really feels like that wet tire is dropping off to an extent that it's not worth double stinting.
Which is surprising to me. I thought normally when we've had wet races, it's unless it's not that wet, maybe it looked wetter than it was. I don't know, because usually the wet tyres are good for an hour and a half. But yeah, you've been watching it that more closely than me, Scott, over the last couple of hours. So that does indicate that maybe it's not quite as wet as we think. It is quite warm as well now.
I was just going to ask, what the track temperatures were like, because it looks like the dry lines are kind of like it looks like a very dry track now. I don't know if this is me having watched too much LMU recently, and it's been a hot minute since I've been back on the ACC side of things, but that looks manageable, dare I say.
The track temperature is already up to 31, so it's already gone up 4 degrees since the rain was coming to an end. So it's not exactly cool now. It's a lot of it's a massively different conditions to earlier when we had some major issues where the track wasn't drying out when it was really earlier in the race, when it was early morning. There is also another penalty. You can see that on spot 2, or do you want me to run through what it is?
No, I cannot see the penalties.
Okay, so the number 92 has been given a 30-second penalty. It was actually their 4th penalty. I must have missed something on the sheet. So because it's their 4th penalty for the contact with number 182, that means that yes, it's it's a 30-second penalty, so big time loss there.
Yeah, they had that 5 seconds that we see for the first sort of contact. Up. Yes, they had a couple of penalties in the opening stint.
Yes,
One
which I
for
hadn't
that
spotted.
one, and one for that 21 for contacts with cars 38 and 24 respectively. So yeah, it's been a bit of an instant prone race for the 92, and it is certainly going to cost them as they take that 30-second penalty, 30-second time penalty at their next pit stop.
The 70 car, they came back into the pits again. So were they serving the drive through the lap before, and then they went in to make a scheduled stop? Was that right?
Yes, so they've just come out of the pits, having made their pit stop. They're on slicks. You can just see that yellow band. Interestingly, the Bentley has followed through. From this angle, the track doesn't look too dry. Still looks pretty damp, but seemingly drivers think it's about time they swapped over.
Yeah, I think the track has just gone from damp to greasy, which would indicate, although visually we can't see, that it's definitely starting to overheat the wet tyres. I'm surprised. I wouldn't be surprised, sorry, if more teams try and stick this out, because there's now a 40 left. So if you're pitting now, you're definitely going to have another 2 stops because of the 45-minute timer. I'm wondering if a couple of teams will try to stick it out for a little bit on the wet tyres to save that extra stop. But it really does depend on their time drop-off.
Yeah, I'm going to try and look at some laps. The number 8 last time ran at 38.3. And as you can see, they are coming into the pits as well, so they're responding to the cars around them. 38.3, 139.3 for the 92 Porsche. The one.
But then Johnny's in 6th, and he's doing 36 is on wets, and Mayer, I believe, is also still on wets and is also doing 36s. So. Maybe they've got a little bit early with the jobs.
Well, bear in mind, Johnny, of course, has just put new tyres on.
That's true. They will be brand new.
Yeah. So, but yeah, we're sourcing 38s, 37s, depending on how old your tyres are. Of course, we did have a few teams double stint their tyres. Some not having a good time of it. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what sort of times we see from those on the slicks. I'm trying to look. Daniel Lindblom, I think, has switched over a couple of minutes ago. As we're currently on board with Peter Jelinek, who did have Martin Thorpe behind, but Martin Thorpe has come into the pits. So we'll just wait for some lap times to come up from those on the slick tyres. But Jelinek struggling here. Has Jelinek? Jelinek, I think, hadn't punctured themselves, maybe.
Either that or the grip has really fallen off on the wets.
No,
that is not.
I think you're right. I think you're right. There is a puncture there because the car's slightly down on the right-hand side, which is interesting. It's the opposite side. If that's the case.
Is that the rear right? I think.
Hard to tell from these angles.
Thanks, ACC, for not making it clear. It looks like the front right, but
it's definitely
that's amazing. We also saw in chat that Lindblom in the Porsche also had a puncture earlier. So yeah, the wets really struggling when they get overheat.
Yeah, I think a combination of not only the heat that the tyres will be getting up to in these drying conditions, but also how long they've gone. The tyres are already quite worn, and the wear is just going to be accelerated with the dry conditions. Like Johnny might get away with doing an extra few laps because his tires are new. They're not going to wear out in a lap or two. But these drivers have already done, more than a stint. The tires, maybe let's say half worn. I mean, we've seen the time loss, so maybe a little more than half worn. And then, these dry conditions, they just overheat and pop, off they go.
I feel like the last time I'd seen a few punctures, now this is going back a bit, was like a wet race we had at Oldham Park maybe a year ago, if not more. I think there was like GT4s, but that would have been the opposite case where the tires were just so cold going over those curbs that they. I think that was even then it was mostly like slow punctures and things like that. So it's really curious to see so many. So many, I suppose, actual punctures, and like really, I think quite a few drivers just getting caught out. Even after all these years, ACC will throw some surprises your way.
Yeah, because I'm thinking another track that is sort of more notorious to punctures. I remember doing a race similar to this where you double stint tires at Red Bull Ring. And I remember a lot of us, the team I was racing for included, just picked up punctures because you couldn't run the set tires over the full 2 stints. They just wouldn't go 2 hours. And I'm sort of thinking here, the track characteristics between Red Bull Ring and Valencia, there's one similarity, and that's the curbs. A lot of curb usage between these 2 tracks. And I wonder if that's just damaging the tyre a bit more and wearing them out, and eventually, or maybe making the tyres at least more susceptible to picking up a puncture.
Interesting now. It's still showing as greasy, so like visually on the stream and in the sim, it looks still a little bit damp. You can start to see that it's kind of drying out. You should start to get a dry line. It'll be now whether this stays dry and how quickly this turns from greasy, because there's still a few cars who haven't pitted, aren't there? I'm definitely not going mad here. There's cars that are still going round in the 35s on the wet tyres. Unless Johnny was on the dries, and it didn't look like he was on the dries, did it? When we looked at him. They pitted before the rain stopped, so... see a slight low 30 for Fusigan in the number 800. Unfortunately, that will be a speeding in the pit lane.
Already struggling. Olaf in that car had quite a few mistakes earlier on, really struggling with wet conditions. Fusigan just falling foul of that pit entry. Let us have a look. Going to get out some special camera technology as Johnny does go around for another lap. We get to do this thing of go out, and yeah, that is a slick tyre on Johnny's car. So yeah, they're carrying on. Is Johnny.
It looks so planted in damp conditions, didn't it? So he could keep the heat in the dry tyres.
Yeah.
When he first came out of the pits, because I don't think they've been in again since then.
I don't think they have either. They're showing us 7 pit stops, and no one else. Everyone is showing at 7 or more. So, having done the least amount of stops across the field, you can't imagine they've taken an extra pit stop for that puncture. They've worked it into their strategy, and it hasn't gone too badly. Maybe that's why all the other teams started coming in. They realised Johnny here was on the slicks, and as well, it should be said, Skapas in the 182 McLaren also pitted on the same lap as Johnny. They must be on slicks as well. Those teams nailed the strategy.
I think that's what's kept them ahead of Sam in 6th place then. Those quick laps, even though with the time lost, Matt lost trying to get the car back to the pit lane with a puncture. You can see he lost a lot of time getting back to the pit lane. They've managed to, after Sam's done their pit stop, they've managed to maintain a 6-second gap behind. So they've lost a lot of time, but they're not stuck behind the Lexus.
quite difficult that Lexus can be to pass with its straight line speed, as it's on the back of the 823 Porsche that runs a little bit wide through T1. Drivers starting to experiment with the runoff and how much they're allowed to use now that the track is drying up and it's not quite as slippy on the painted runoff that's acting almost as ice, as those drivers have ran out onto it will tell you. Yes, Sam just dropping back from Johnny over the last couple of laps. Maybe struggling a little bit, it seems, despite having slightly newer tyres than Johnny. Maybe the Lexus set up a little bit more for the wet conditions than these dry conditions.
Sounds like something Alexis would do.
Yes.
Alexis on an owned server, probably best to prepare for the wet. Yeah, no, I'd be very curious to see if we get another sprinkle of rain between now and the end of the race. There are only 90 minutes remaining, so we are kind of approaching that point where at some point you're probably going to be better off to just stick it out on the dries, but like with an hour and a half left, any shower in the meantime would definitely pose the questions as to if you should be pitting for new tires or not. I think what you're saying, Scotty, was spot on as well in terms of drivers kind of having to kind of check and see where the grip levels are. I suppose the track kind of drying up a lot more now. You want to skirt the line where it's like, oh, am I able to take turn one this bit quicker now? Because you certainly don't want to push it just over the limit and find, oh wait, no, it's actually still quite slippy out there. So it's yeah, so far I think we haven't spotted any drivers going losing any bit of time really of note. We'll say like making any mistakes that way. It looks like yeah, that dry line is kind of starting to appear slowly but surely.
Yeah, track definitely very suitable now for the slick tires. But if we do run dry to the end of the race, we do have this interesting strategy conundrum. All the teams have to stop. Well, I say stop. Have to go through pit lane twice, but they will probably not change tires both times, because one of the stints might only be 10 or 15 minutes. When do you do that is my question. Do you put on a new set of tires for the final 45 minutes, or do you put on when do you sort of have this like 10-15 minutes of extra stint that you have to run? Do you take it sooner? Do you leave it to the end? When do you take it?
Yeah, no, that's an almost impossible question to because like if it was the case of the weather was going to change, then you'd be like, oh, I can just you can adapt it that way. But yeah, no, it's that extra bit of wiggle room that you have to take the stops is going to be really curious to see.
Well, maybe we can head over to Ben. How's the weather looking for the next 30 minutes?
So we have dry. A green track, but ACC has just popped up to show light rain in 30 minutes. That doesn't necessarily mean it will light rain in 30 minutes, because sometimes ACC gets a little bit carried away. We've had it where it's literally, as I've been talking, it's flicked between light rain, cloud, and then light rain. So I will keep on weather watch. I will stay on weather watch.
So weather report, we're unsure.
Weather report, unsure.
What I would actually love personally is that we do get that rain shower, but it's a similar manner to the dry spell we had earlier on. It's like 10 minutes, not enough to come in for wet tires, so you have to stick it out on slicks. That would be really fun.
Just as long as it's not like the Misano race, where it was wet for about 10 minutes, then dry for 20, then wet for 10, then dry for 20, because I did lose my mind in that race many moons ago. So as long as it's not like that, I think we'll be all right.
So what you're telling me is you don't like consistency. Okay.
I don't like having to drive around on very hot, wet tyres for the whole race. It wasn't particularly fun.
Yeah. don't mind consistency, just not the back and forth consistency. Like what do you call that? Music and not an instrument, but the sort of clicker that keeps you in time and rhythm.
Metronome.
Yes, metronome.
Can I just a big shout out right now, because the Matt Jordan and the Bentley, they've also been kind of unlucky in some of the races with some disconnects and things. They are currently leading. Their best result this season is 7th. That's how unlucky they've been. They've really been. They've had a DNF. They've had a 23rd and a 16th place and a 7th. They've always been there or thereabouts on pace, but they've never really managed to get the luck to kind of bring it together. And they've got a 75-second lead right now after all of that. Fantastic work.
We'll have to check back in with how good that shout out is in 90 minutes if they've still held that position. Just in case
I hope
you
for
have
their
absolutely.
I hope for their sake it does work out, because obviously we like to see everyone doing quite well, and they have been unlucky. They had some disconnects and some big incidents earlier in the season, but they've always been quick, so it's nice to see that that's coming together. I think that result will push them right up into the top 10 on the final standings as well, which is great for them.
Yeah, that would be great for them, but we do know this. You could say wonderful, you could say horrible thing exists called the commentator's curse. I've seen it.
I'm going to shut up.
Very powerful in some oNiD races. One not too recently, it's just escaping my mind. I remember a moment with Johnny where Aidan give the curse. I think we did actually have it earlier this race as well, so it is true.
Oh, I did actually. Yeah.
Careful with
At least Aidan's not here, because we all know that Aidan is the king of the commentator's curse when it comes to oNiD streams. So
yeah, I think the other two instances I'm remembering are both Aidan. Certainly the Johnny one was in our GT4 season at Laguna Seca on iRacing. But yeah, things can change. Also, interestingly, if this isn't desynced with what the drivers are actually saying, the Bentley, not too fussed about the wipers, they'll just leave them on for when the rain returns.
I was going to say that's a sign that they're probably using bumper cam, so don't even see the wipers, but then I realized, why would you have the wipers on if you're on bumper cam? So yeah, maybe they're just getting used to it. Fastest lap coming in from the 70 at 1:31.9. That's a blistering time. Those lap times really coming down.
Yes, and that is genuine fastest lap of the race. Not like, oh, we've reset the graphics and there's a faster lap earlier. No, can confirm fastest lap of the race. The two cars in front, only one other car is in the 32s, let alone the 31s. That is the 92 Porsche of Santon with 132.8. Everyone else, 33s or slower. That is the pace that this number 70 car has at the moment. They know they've lost some time out with that drive-through penalty. They really are trying to make up for it.
Yeah, I think it'll just be a matter of time. You see the gap slowly coming down there from 25 seconds. Oh, sorry, yeah, no, it's just that gap is kind of maintaining, I suppose, around the 25-second mark. We'll keep an eye on it, I suppose, over the next few laps, see if that gap comes down. 25 seconds to second place with an hour and 23 minutes to go. Not unheard of.
But this is all on the green track as well. The track is still green. It has got hotter. It's 32 track temp now, 26 ambient. So that's still really good pace on a green track. But I would say my flickering weather has now stopped flickering. And it says in the 30-minute bracket, it has got, I believe that's heavy rain.
Oh, yeah.
I think that is heavy rain. So that won't be 30 minutes. It's probably going to start raining in about 20 minutes time, maybe 15 minutes time. And it might get quite heavy.
So we're going to have the rain start at light rain. It might come off a little bit and come back on. It'll be a little uncertain at first. And then it's going to ramp up towards the end of this race. We haven't seen too many long dry periods within this race, so I have a feeling that we'll see the rain to the end. But yeah, that'll certainly be quite interesting. Of course, when the drivers have to pit, if any of them decide, because let's see, we just have an hour and 22 minutes remaining. The drivers will have to pit. Yeah, we're going to have to see the drivers go more than 45 minutes on their wet tires. But I can't imagine it'll be long enough of a stint to warrant them taking sort of another new set of wet tires before the end of the race.
Yeah, well, the dries definitely throw the spanner in the works in terms of, as Muxa puts in a 31.6. So carrying on with that pace, the dry has definitely kind of evened out some of the strategies, I'd say. I wonder if, as people come up towards their stint timers, whether someone might have to put on the wets on a little bit early, just before the rain starts.
Oh, that is a good question. I feel like the question is, who has the fuel to drive through the pits and to avoid them having to stop? Who can go long enough that they think they can take an early switch to the wets and not kill the wets? But you've got to remember, when you switch on to the wets, you're going to be taking them to the end of the race. You know, and that might be 1 hour with an extra trip through pit lane, whether to just drive through or take a quick splash and dash. Do you really want to, put a bit of extra damage on the tire rather than just taking a drive through? We sort of figured we think a drive through is about 26 seconds here, as we see Nick Wade running wide in the Connexus Motorsports Ferrari, which has had a couple of issues this race, dropped them back, and Peter Jelinek getting through for 10th place within the pro class. But yeah, that's strategy.
The reason is because Skapas in 4th, Johnny in 5th, they've both been out for 28 minutes, nearly 29 minutes on this stint. So they've only got 16 minutes left. So if it's just about to rain, maybe you want to put the wets on when you pit. But if it's going to be another 10 minutes, there's no way you want to go, even if it's like 3-4 laps of dry running, you really don't want to be putting the wets on that early, because you'll just absolutely fry them before the rain comes.
Yeah, especially if they've been cognizant of the other drivers having some punctures on those wets as well. Yeah. I'll call that a spicy conundrum.
Well, yeah, because if it's super wet and the tyres hold up a little bit better, do you just run them and hope that you don't get a puncture? You put them on and just put them on to the end of the race.
Do you think there's any benefit to maybe? Well, see, I suppose because the track is so good now. I was trying to think, would it make sense to try and come in to the pits now to reset the timer so that you could just keep going out until the rain and then come in for your stops? Or would you just lose more time than it's worth? Do you know, because what you're suggesting was say is that if they come into the pits in 15 minutes when their stint timer comes up and they go onto the wet tires, that could be very very tricky for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think. What do we know? Scott, do you know what the time loss is down the pit lane? I don't have Stevie to hand. Stevie's our expert in how long a drive through takes, but I can't remember around here. It's not a particularly good one, is it? Because it's basically the entire straight.
Yeah, well, it's 26 seconds to transit through from pit entry to pit exit. So the time loss for driving through will be relatively similar to that. That sort of correlates with what we've seen from a couple of the drive-throughs when it kept note of the gap. So yeah, about 26 seconds. I think a good point to make there, Hydra, with coming in. If you have to take a drive-through before you change onto the wets, do you take it now? Because obviously when the rain comes, the tires will start to cool down. When you trundle through pit lane, the tires are also going to get cold. So would you rather let them cool off a little bit now and then get them back up to their operating temperature for when the rain comes, rather than the rain comes, the tires start to get cooler. You drive through the pit lane, so the tires just get even cooler, and then you struggle a little bit more when you come out. I feel like that's it.
Yeah.
If you do take
that is a fair point. Yeah.
It's
a fair point. You're definitely right. You'd rather the tyres be cool while they cool down while you've got the dry track to bring them back up to temperature. You don't want them to be cooling off and you coming out the pit lanes on cooler tyres, on dry tyres on a damp track.
Yeah, we are currently on board with Dieter Santon in the 92 Porsche. Has found themselves on the wrong side of the stewards a few times this race, and they are pushing. They are one of the faster cars on the track, or were one of the fastest cars. Their pace hasn't quite improved as much as some other people, and they are trying to chase down the number 77 Lexus of Sam Grant, which they've now practically caught up to. But we do know that Lexus, the straight line speed that it has, can be a bit difficult to overtake. How quickly do we think the Porsche is going to get through here?
I don't think Sam's going to put up much of a fight here. The Porsche's got so much more grip. It's a lot pointier. As a Lexus aficionado myself, I know that this isn't a particularly great track in the dry in a Lexus. So Sam right now would just be trying to survive in these dry conditions and waiting for the rain to come back. So I really wouldn't be surprised if the Porsche makes a move fairly quickly. Obviously, the
almost
Lexus
on
is
point.
out the corner, so yeah. I wouldn't be blocking them. They're in a different class. They're in a different race, effectively. We know that Porsche in these dry conditions looks pretty hooked up, doesn't it? So I don't think Sam will do anything stupid, especially given that the Porsche's had 4 incidents already, 4 penalties.
I mean, it's one thing to defend and sort of aggressively defend. It's another thing to just sort of run your own race, and sort of the straight line speed of that Lexus might make it a little bit difficult. Sam does take a little bit of a tire line into final corner, but the Porsche goes even tighter to send it down the inside. Will get the move done there, but
Sam didn't want any of that. You could see when the Porsche put the nose up the inside, Sam was just like, nope. Although look at that, look at the grunt of the Lexus. Oh, dear.
Sam,
what did you say, Ben? Yeah, I believe the words were Sam doesn't want any of that. It looks like he wanted a whole bunch.
He took a good, tried to have a good look around the outside there. Though I think the point that you're saying, Ben, he doesn't want to fight too much, sort of said by the fact he went to the outside there rather than looking for an inside move. But yeah, I guess the annoying thing with the Lexus is following a car you can pick up its slipstream, but slipstream isn't really something the Lexus needs to go quicker around here.
No. And the Lexus in these conditions will not be very pointy on the front end. It's going to be more on the understeery side, so that's just going to be amplified. If he's having to follow another car for a little bit, he's really going to struggle to get the power down out these kind of medium speed corners and really hold the speed through them. You can see how pointy that Porsche is compared to the Lexus behind.
Yeah. Next car for Santa to chase down is Johnny Ashley's number 9 Ferrari. About 10 seconds up the road, we'll see what the gap how much Santa can close that gap down as they cross the line. Last lap for Johnny was a 1:35.0. A little bit of a slow lap that time for Johnny. A 1:33.6, 1.4 seconds gained there for Santon. So that Porsche very much capable of closing the gap down.
And speaking of gaps, the gaps at the front are top 3. A few laps ago, it was about 70 seconds and 25, and it's slowly concatenating to 68 and 22 seconds. Which is, say, but we're talking about maybe about 10 minutes, maybe about, say, 5-10 minutes of that. So it's slowly coming in. But yeah, just Eric here just pumping in those laps. For as quickies there, it just looks like that Aaron there in the 8 car is able to just kind of hold them off, at least for the time being, just kind of lapping fairly similar times. We are approaching the critical point, I suppose, for a lot of these drivers with their stint timers. There's perhaps some clouds on the way over the hills in the distance.
Yeah,
We'll have
the
the
rain
sprinkling.
The rain still hasn't come up with the 10 minutes to go rain, so it's still sat in that 30-minute band. So it should be about 15 minutes away, maybe.
Let us
Maybe
know
just over 10 minutes.
Yeah, let us
As
know
soon as, and then we
as
can
he's-
work out some stints.
Yeah.
Stint times.
To give you an idea, the stints for the 182 and the number 9, 37 minutes are coming up to, so 8 minutes for them. They'll definitely have to pit before the rain even starts. For our leaders, the number 22, they're currently 29 minutes. So they'll be able to just see the start of the rain, but whether the track will be wet enough for wets, not quite, I would say. The number 8 is about 70 seconds behind them on the stint timer, which is about the gap, so they would be pitting on the same lap. Interestingly, the number 70 just reaching 18 minutes. They can definitely go in a good chunk into the rain to switch straight to wet tires, and I wonder if that will play into their hands as they try and make up for the time lost with the drive-through penalty.
It really has thrown them way out of whack, hasn't it? Because they were right up fighting for the lead and with the drive-through, and have they lost some more time somewhere else?
I feel like
Or
they
is it-
have, but
Because they're still over a minute behind, and the drive-through wouldn't account for
that
unless they changed tyres maybe, and the Bentley didn't. No, but they must have, because it was dry. It went from wet to dry, didn't it? So I'm not entirely sure where that gap's actually come from.
yeah, I totally get what you're saying. It feels like they've lost like 2 drive-through worths rather than 1, and their stint time is very late. Not unless they also picked up a puncture that we didn't see. That's my best guess,
Yeah.
and that's how they've kind of ended up out of sequence in the sort of stint timers. Because of course, a drive-through penalty doesn't.
Light rain starting in 10 minutes.
10 minutes. That will basically be with just over an hour remaining in this race. We will see the rain arrive.
But it's only showing as light rain as well. So on the radar, it's going to get heavier, but it's going to start out as light. So do you gamble and put the wets on a dry track if you need to for a lap or two and poodle around?
Yeah, all the
Try not
teams.
to put too much through the tyres.
All the teams have a difficult decision coming up. The 182 and the number 9, most so. They will have to pit about 3 or 4 minutes before that rain starts. That is a very difficult decision. Remember, that's before the rain starts, not even when the track is wet enough for wet tires. It's a difficult decision. I'm glad I'm not part of them. Part of the teams making that decision, because that does not sound like a fun decision, and all the teams have some variation of that decision. It gets easier and easier as the longer of a stint you have remaining here, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's gonna be easy. I would say really it's the number 8 with Ori Megan to the wheel now. That's that number 70 behind you is quick. They've got the fastest lap of the race so far. I imagine that 8 is looking to try and hold on to that second place within overall and within the pro class. I'm just trying to look down. Yeah, they've had a difficult season so far. 12th at the first round at the Red Bull Ring. They got back to 4th place at Spab, just missed out on the podium. Only P6 then at Donington in the wet. But this is a team I would say has consistently has podium pace. They just never brought the race together. It was a DNF last time out at Monza. So this team, I imagine, second would be their best result. Either way, I think they're going to be on the podium here, but I have to imagine they're wanting to end the season on a high. They would rather have a P2 over a P3.
Yeah, I think that really just captures just how amazing and like how great the racing has been. That that we have this like championship of endurance races where we've seen the kind of rise and fall of some of these teams. Like you said, like some teams just having unlucky stints, and then you have like performances like this where they're fighting for podium positions and stuff. So it's cool the way that we can kind of like track that over the course of the whole season, then as opposed to just having a bunch of maybe disconnected once-off enduros. I think the fact that it's all been tied together in a championship has really kind of helped just kind of build I suppose a bigger picture of like some of the great efforts these teams are putting in just to try and eke out any advantage they can and stuff over the few months that we've had.
Yeah, and it's a nice way for us to. I think it's no secret that this is probably our last ACC endurance event. With
what?
our eyes, what? With our eyes set on LMU later in the year for us to pick up where we left off.
That's not heavy rain. That's not heavy rain in half an hour. That's tears. That's all tears.
Well, to be fair, when did we start our first one? Was what, 4 years ago? So 4 years of ACC enduros. We started off with 3 hours of Brands Hatch. We've done 3 24-hour races. This is the first true independent championship rather than being an enduro every 2 months. So we'll be moving across into LMU, and there's the potential that there might be an iRacing the special event at some point this year as well. So we will miss the nuances and quirks of ACC's endurance function. For anyone that's driven them, you know exactly what we're talking about. As Johnny comes in, there's what do you make? He's not driving through the pits.
He is not. He has actually pitted
gonna...
a lap earlier than needed on his stint timer. Maybe he doesn't have the fuel to go any longer. And
maybe
needs a splash and dash. We'll sit here and watch him as he sits on the pit box, 10 seconds into the pit. So we'll see if he goes.
Amazed, knowing our strategies. I'll be amazed if they didn't brim it in the last pit stop, or at least put a load of fuel in. So he's changing tyres. 24-second stop, 25. Car will go down and it will go. He says, "Those are wet tyres."
What? Wow.
That's what I'd have done. Are you listening to the stream, Johnny and Matt? Are you listening to the stream? Because that's exactly what I would have done. You're just going to have to poodle around now for a couple of laps and not burn them up, because the weather it's already 10 minutes heavy rain, or at least that's medium. So we could be seeing the heaviest rain we've seen of this event coming up very soon.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if we transition to heavy rain so quickly. Though
moderate rain in
moderate rain in ACC is like has a very wide range. You've got like the first 20% is light, then you've got from 20 to 80% it feels like is moderate, and then your final 20% up to 100 is heavy. So that moderate rain icon, it can mean a bunch of things, really. It could mean 25% rain, could mean 75%. Very big difference between the two of them, but you only know once that rain has arrived and you're feeling it for yourself on the track, and you're seeing those plus and minus icons that's saying if the rain's going to be heavier or lighter than what you're seeing currently. The 182 has followed suit with that as well.
I think they've both worked out well. We'll only be doing 2-3 laps before maybe we need the wets on it anyway, so let's gamble it and do the stop now. If they do need to change tyres later on, if they burn up the tyres, then that's a gamble, I guess, that they're thinking is worth it.
It's got
Borowick is also in as well in the Mustang, so I'm assuming they're going to do the same thing too. But it just depends. If that light rain is super light for 5 minutes, those tyres are not going to last long.
Yeah, Warwick still had a lap on their stint timer, so interesting to see them come in early. Same with Johnny, he could have went one lap longer. It would have been like time, it would have been like 10 seconds on the stint timer, but it feels like when you're putting wet tires on with a dry track, it feels like that's a risk you'd want to take. But Johnny's had, both teams have made the decision for wet tires at this early stage. Yeah, we'll just see how is Johnny driving, how carefully is he being. He's already gone Aston Martin, they'll be on his left hand side here, trying to unlap themselves.
Yeah, I think this is it Reno? I would probably just let them through here to ignore me, Johnny.
Now we're going to see Johnny in a moment just pull over to let them through because he's listening into you, taking your strategy and advice. Just quick question. You're not worried about the strategy going really wrong and then you getting the blame for it?
No, I assume that Johnny and Matt would have discussed it, and Matt is better at strategy than me, so yeah, I wouldn't. I think it was the only real decision to make at that point. If you have to make a stop later with worn tyres, then fair enough. You'll have better pace because you'll be on a new set of wets anyway. So I think the drive-through wouldn't have been a good long-term goal. Obviously, I'm telling Johnny to slow down. I have no idea how those tyres are doing. They might not be overheating that much yet. So the track has just gone too fast. So the track's gone too fast, and there the race starts. So
wow.
They got about one lap of fast track for the first time this race, and now back to raining again.
The rain comes, which will be much relief to those cars that have pitted. 301 did come in, and they have changed tyres as well, so we'll assume that they're on wet tyres as well. But yeah, last lap for Johnny, 138.9, when we're saying 32s to 34s for everyone else. Immediately, the number 70 has found themselves off track. Let's see what has happened as the rain is starting to fall for what could be the last time in an oNiD ACC endurance race.
Is this going to be the case of the... Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That wasn't even... I thought that was going to be the...
you can't run out over that curb, even any hint of rain on the outside there. You're just going to be slipping and sliding through the corners.
Yeah, wet tyres, we believe, on this 301 Mustang. Didn't seem to be much of a saving grace for them. Yes, those are wet tyres, can confirm. Doesn't mean you can go and use the runoff like that. They have been promptly tooled off with a little visit to Barrier.
I think that's been the most... That and locking up at the last corner and having a little spin. That exit curve on turn one, you feel like you've got it all sorted. It's all planted. And you just go out a little bit too wide and you're just slipping straight across the track towards that wall on the inside wall. So that's the third or fourth car we've seen through that.
I think third or fourth might be a bit of an understatement.
Is that an understatement?
Like
I did miss an hour.
Or so. It has been a lot of cars. We see more cars coming in, including Sam Grant coming in from fourth place within the pro class.
You would think he's going to jump Johnny, because Johnny's obviously had to do 2 laps on wet tyres on a dry track. So in the Lexus, Sam was about 8 seconds behind, was it? So it's not outside the realms of possibility that they're going to get the jump.
Well, let's go on board with Johnny. You saying that has reminded me of all the useful features of ACC TV that would have been really useful here. See wet tyres, Johnny's still struggling a little bit. So we'll see what... see if he can beat Sam Grant out, or if they have had to come in just a little bit too early to stay in front.
Leaders in the pits.
Yes, leader into the pits.
Sam's still, Sam's just leaving now, so it's going to be really close.
There they are.
Alexis right there. Oh no!
Whoa!
Oh, he's missed him. Oh, that was nearly about as bad as it could get as we got another one going off. Wow. That's on
I
a
think
damp
that's
track as well. Do you think he got distracted by the Lexus, or is he listening to us? Stop listening to us, Johnny.
He's either listening to
Has he
us.
touched the white line, maybe?
Let's see here from the heli cam pulls over.
Oh, he has. Oh. Well, that's not going to do those tyres any good. Oh, no. You saw he just clipped the white line ever so slightly, and we saw it earlier with someone that did exactly the same thing, a late move across onto the white line. Oh, no. Ignore the mirror at the top. Oh, hello.
Ignore the mirror at the top. Look to your left-hand side. That was
small panic for Scrub there, but there was a bit more gap than I thought there was going to be.
ACC exiting the oNiD Enduro calendar live. Wow. Yeah, I think that also just goes back to what we were mentioning earlier about the just finding where the grip is on the changing track, because for the last hour, or for the last, let's say, 45 minutes easily, the drivers have been safe on that line, and then just like a lap of rain, and then suddenly the grip is just gone, and suddenly you have to just adapt straight away that the rain really coming down now, as we have a very packed pit lane. No pit lane collisions on this game. One of the things, say, a blessing or a curse for the last few years. But yeah, I know the drivers making their way into the pits. Bit of action now, as we have third place in the pits as well as Andy Hearn here that we're on board with.
Yeah. By the way, that is everyone through the pits now. Once these last couple of cars come out, except for the 76. They're the only cars yet to pit. So yeah, that is, well, strategy nearly done, as long as you have filled up to the end of the race. It'll just be a drive-through at your convenience, sometime between 45 minutes remaining in the race and about 15 minutes, let us say. But yeah, we have had a couple of cars come out quite close together. Dick Manders trying to chase down the 81 Ferrari.
There's a drive-through for the leaders. Drive-through for track limits for the leaders in the Bentley, so that's going to cut that gap right down.
Well, we think it's about 26-second time
loss.
Well,
let's find out.
Yes, let's find out indeed.
The track is also wet, and I think the rain is now heavier than it was, and may get a little bit heavier towards the end of the race. So
those gaps between the leaders have not changed. 72 seconds, 22 seconds. It's almost exactly what it has been for the last half an hour. These drivers are all matching each other on pace. This drive-through is going to impact that, absolutely. But wow, what consistency. It's always funny to see when there's consistency when the track is changing so much, so rapidly, as we have the leader coming into the pits. God, I hope they slow down in time. Oh, it looks like they have. It looks like they were coming in very quick there.
They could maybe afford a second DT, but I'm not sure they could definitely not afford a stop-go 30 if it was too much. But yeah, we'll see here. On my separate timing screen, it said 1 minute and 8 seconds. So I'm going to reference off of that once they come out of the pits and have got back up to speed. So if we think about 26 seconds, we're looking at about 42 seconds on this timing screen. And it looks to be, it's saying 44 at the moment, so about 24-25 seconds, not far off with our estimate. But yeah, leader still away, 44-second lead out front. Yeah, they could do another DT for fun if they wanted to.
Oh,
tempt fate
challenge.
That one.
yeah. Challenge accepted.
But that will be nice for a couple of the cars further down the order that have maybe unlapped themselves with the drive-through there. We'll get to do one extra lap. That might help or hinder them before the end. We'd have to imagine all of the cars here have been a little bit safe on fuel. Well, actually, I'm just thinking. A couple of the cars pitted. Let me just get the actual math. Johnny...
Oh. Was the car wide in the exit there? Just coming on track there. Was that the leader? Or do my eyes deceive me? Did it just run wide and like lose spots?
Well, in a moment we can check. We'll just have a little run of the replay on the different camera angle. See if we do notice. Well, there's one car running a little bit wide to let them through, but I think you were talking about turn 11, which is coming up here. Through here, yes, it was very well spotted.
Hydra with the eagle eyes.
Yeah, taking the long lap. Not so keen on doing a second drive-through, but we'll do a long lap penalty to try and get that gap closing a little bit more.
It's funny you say that, because in the chat a few minutes ago, the teammate of Martin here was saying, Mish just trying to keep it interesting, though as his teammate, not appreciated. Now that was before his little off-track excursion, so I think, it's really coming down to the wire, maybe, where every mistake is going to start maybe compounding. A few seconds lost here, a few seconds lost there. It might all kind of be the difference in about just under an hour's time. As we see the Bentley retaking that position, this time both cars staying firmly on the track.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Botolfson, you're probably a little bit annoyed at that. You've slowed down to let them through once, and then they make a mistake, and you have to slow down a second time. Doubling your time loss to let them through. Not ideal. Not much that can be done about it. One thing I was just coming to realization, of course, these drivers probably filling up on fuel to the end of the race. Johnny pitted 14 minutes ago now, which would have meant there's an hour and 4 minutes left in the race. That will just be within tolerance to get to the end of the race on about a full tank of fuel, won't it?
Imagine with the wet conditions, you could do a bit of lifting and coasting and kind of eke out a few more laps if needed. If I'm not mistaken. Maybe just
in the dry you could lift and coast as well, but I feel like even if they've topped that fry full with fuel, I feel like they'll be able to get to the end regardless, pushing flat out. It's just, of course, a matter of if they have full brimmed it, but we'd expect that with them switching onto wet tires early. They were not keen on running a drive-through before the rain started. But yes, we're once again in this sort of limbo phase of the race. Not too much going on. Quite big gaps, unfortunately, have opened up across the field. Our closest is still Nick Manders trying to close up, running a little bit wider over the curb. But Nick Manders following Patush in the 81 Ferrari. But yeah, Patush is opening that gap up slightly. Gained half a second last lap on the Lexus driver.
Which, if the Lexus is set up for the wet, is very disappointing. You see, just the wrestling of the wheel there, just to keep the car straight. Go through these tight sections. Always a very technical track, this inner loop of Valencia. And I think the one thing I think that drivers will be keeping an eye on when they're coming out is this exit here on the left. Just the curves just feels just so dangerous on the tires there. I'd imagine if that's like when we were seeing the punctures earlier, that was the first corner that came to mind of like likely culprits for such a thing. But then we had seen the Yellowneck with the puncture on the right, so goodness knows where he found the curb to do that.
I mean, in fairness, this is a anti-clockwise circuit, so there are more left-handers than right-handers. Right-hand side tires under a bit more pressure. So yeah, that would explain that. But I think with that curb you're mentioning, it's not only sort of the severity, but the bumpiness of it. We've seen cars running over that curb. They're not losing the car, but they've run over the curb, and it has given them a moment.
Speaking of moments.
Yeah, speaking of moments, add one to the T1 spin counter. Robin Hoogland has gone for a spin. Now, so far this race, as Hoogland has been swapped in to finish for this number 8 car, they haven't been the strongest driver for the team. They've generally been a little bit slower, haven't quite been able to hang with the front runners. I wonder, you know, if you're Eric Muxka in the number 70 Ferrari, I wonder if you're seeing that mistake now. It's like, okay, P2 really is on here.
I think, yeah, you'd have to. Because they're not that far up the track. Like, you're starting to talk about being able to see each other on the straight at a time like that. Take, the joy of the wet weather. What I'd be curious about is if there's going to be any more updates from the weatherman in terms of if there's going to be any change of weather, because what I would love and hate to see would be that in the last like 15 minutes of the race, the track is going to dry up, and then we're going to have a case where like, are the wet's going to overheat? Are we going to have more punctures to throw a thing, or are we just going to have a wet race to the end?
That would be a dramatic way to end. For that to happen, though, I think we would need to be seeing light rain on the radar in 30 minutes time. Is that the Ben has just gone muted, so I don't think we're going to get that information just yet. But yeah, hopefully Ben can share that information with us shortly as we're here. But yeah, that gap now down to 8 seconds, 11 seconds lost for Hoogland in the number 8 Ferrari with that mistake. And I see Eric running very wide there. I thought they were almost going to do the same, but they hold on to it. They are very brave, very confident, and pushing quite a lot to close in the gap with 45.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, it's I always find it so fascinating with these endurance races, because it's like 45 minutes will be like a full-length race to some series that we would run, or like, you know, events that we'd have. But it just feels like there's no time at all, like over the course of a full 6-hour race, and it just feels like, yeah, like it's really coming down to the wire now, and the weather is not helping some drivers. It is helping others. Some folks who are more comfortable in the dry running starting to have a moment here as we have Chuck diving into the pits as well down in 18th. Of Scapas here, then just fighting off for the AM lead, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, remember, these are the two cars that have come together a couple of times this race. Once at turn 7, which we're coming up to shortly, a little left-hand kink you'll see here, and then once at T1 with the Porsche getting into the back of McLaren. The Porsche was given a 30-second time penalty for the latter of those incidents, 5 seconds for the first. They've overcome that deficit. They're right on the back of the McLaren. Like, I was looking at the gaps, and I didn't see this one coming, but they have closed it up, and yeah, we're gonna have a fight here for the lead in AM.
Yeah, and I think the aim of the game is going to be, can Santon make that move cleanly and avoid perhaps a more severe penalty, because they would have been racking up a few over the course of the last few hours. So now it's just a case of if they can make that move clean in the wet, as the gap really just closes down under certain elements here, as each of the cars just have their own strengths and weaknesses. Yeah, 45, like I suppose that flips it on what I was saying, it flips that on its head, where it's if 45 minutes can feel like a blink of an eye, I'm sure for Scapas here, it's going to feel like the longest 45 minutes if they're defending a car like this throughout it. So yeah, no, it's all going to come down to the wire, no doubt.
I've got a moment here for the number. This isn't actually quite the right moment. Apologies, something. Always love it when you go press a button and it just slightly moves on you at the last moment. But yeah, this was the 76 having a moment at turn 12. But yeah, I wanted to pick out this moment. Hopefully we get this one. Yeah, so we did have a moment for the 182 pop up on our display. This was about maybe 10 minutes ago. We were talking about that curb. They got over it fine. You can see how the car bounced on it because you've got an alternate layout there. But they come in and no, not big moment. But yeah, just a little wide moment. Yeah, either way, they have been chased down. Though the Porsche, now that has caught up to the McLaren, doesn't seem to be, all over the back of it. You can see the car's bouncing over the road for that alternate layout. As we see, Johnny Ashley has come into the pits for what we suspect to be a drive-through.
Is that a self-inflicted drive-through for tactical reasons to get the stint timer reset to go to the end, or do we think that's track limits?
Hang on.
I don't think it's a drive-through. That's a stop in the pits.
Stopped for 30 seconds. Johnny Ashley has changed the tyres.
Maybe was that lap that was too early? Maybe that, like, was there a lot of? I wonder if there was a lot of damage done then, as you and Ben had been mentioning prior. I wonder if they were just like
the spin at T1. Maybe they just weren't confident in the tyres going to the end and have decided, right, we're gonna pit early and make use of new tyres. For the last 42 minutes of the race, giving themselves a little margin. Of course, you do have to get to the checkered flag, which could be 5 seconds after the time runs out. It could be 3 minutes if you're sort of unlucky with how timing works out after the finish. So you need to make sure you have that margin and you don't pick up a drive-through for stint timer right at the end of the race. But meanwhile, let's go back to this. Looks like the Porsche has got the move done on the McLaren and is back into the AMS lead. I've seen no thing of contact this time, so it looks like they done it cleanly this time.
Just watch that one back. Oh. At this point, ACCTV just. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh. Yeah, there was a pass, and then a repass. So I suppose we missed the initial one, but as the two of them go side by side through a few corners there, the Porsche eventually just taking out the wheel. Was that Andy Hearn's car, the Ferrari?
That was the Connexus Motorsports car. I've gone a little further back to try and see where this initial move is. Coming out of turn 5 now into 6, the Porsche sending it to the inside. Has the confidence. The McLaren tries to get the cut back, and that's eventually where they would get to the inside when the Porsche runs wide. But yeah, as we saw the Connexus Motorsports car having a spin there. Ooh, that's a wobble for the 823 Porsche in front. Daniel Lindblom at the wheel of that. Now being chased down by Johnny Ashley. Of course, we don't really know where Johnny's going to come out in all of this. When everyone else still has to go through pit lane, Johnny is the only one. Sorry, not the only one. The 301 yellow, double yellow Motorsports Mustang is also cleared to go to the end of the race. Everyone else has to pit before within the next 30 minutes. So, and also 76 is clear to go to the end. Well, it's actually very marginal. They might pick up a DT right at the end of this race for stint timer. So, yeah. Been a bit of a disappointing race for the 55. They've never been a front runner in this series, but they've always sort of been there in the sort of mid-pack, picking up decent results. They currently sit. Well, I say that. Apologies. I maybe misconstrued. They've had an up and down season. Looking back at the results, 21st at the Red Bull Ring to open up the season. Not a good way to start. Then they go P8 at Spa before winning Donington. And then got a P11 last time out at Monza. The sort of P and P11s there seems like what they could be doing on genuine pace. which remember, the field has generally been a bit bigger over the season, so that has been sort of front mid-pack, or just within top half of the field. Donington, that very wet race, they were able to come through and win that race as others faltered. So strong race, but kind of going back to sort of what they had it for the first round. Red Bull Ring struggling down it. They're the last pro car in the standings. Currently saying they tie their P11 from last time. Imagine a little bit disappointing, especially when they sit fourth in the standings. They will likely drop down. Well, I say drop down. They'll drop down to 5th behind the number 8 car, which will pass them. But then they might also jump the number 6 Butterdogs car, which isn't here this round. But obviously the Butterdogs car has had good results throughout this season. Number 6 car will drop tonight's result as of not being here and having 4 other good results to stand on. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see there if the Connexus Motorsport car will drop to 5th, or if they can hold on to 4th with that. With us 36 minutes left in the race, you can see looking on the back over the rear wing of Hogland in the number 8 Ferrari. At 70 is catching up. They're not the car directly behind, I don't think. They are the car behind that. You can see that 70 Ferrari closing in.
As they come out of the view of the spray, that was great.
Being hunted.
Yeah, as that lap traffic gets out of the way, it's now a clean battle, 1.8 seconds between the two. Jeez, the traffic, they're just encountering it now. But yeah, no, it's going to be curious because we'll say 35 minutes, there's a minute up to the leaders, and the pace in this podium pack is quite strong. So any drive-throughs, say, or any off or anything like that could really change the outlook of the last few minutes. Rain doesn't look to be, no, maybe it's just because of this camera angle, but doesn't look to be as heavy as I was anticipating.
Let's see how heavy the spray is going forward with Eric Muska. As they come through turn 12, full wing chasing down, big bounce over that curve that we mentioned. But yeah, did last time round 140.8 for Robin in front, and 39.2, 1.6 seconds gained for Eric. What is it this time round? A little bit of traffic interfered. 140.1 for Robin in front, 39.4 for Eric. So another 7/10 gained. They're now in that sort of close range of starting to put a little bit of pressure on. They're not close enough to think about any move yet, but just get themselves a couple of car lengths closer. They will be piling that pressure on, and it will be about making that move for P2.
And I suppose looking down the pack then, Johnny Ashley, as you were saying, has pitted, so it doesn't have to pit anymore under normal circumstances. We'll just be able to run to the end. So you would imagine he's going to make up a few positions. How many he's going to be able to make, I suppose, will depend on what the cars in front, like Lindblom and Thorpe, are going to do in terms of their own pit strategies. If they're just going to splash and dash, or if they're just going to reset the stint timer. I suppose the only other thing will be the fuel that they're carrying if they have to. Oh, sorry, yeah, that's what I covered in the splash and dash. But yeah, no, I can't imagine they'd be taking tires. I feel like, but then again, yeah, I feel like if you're taking tires, you'd have done what Johnny would have done and kind of pitted around the 45-minute mark and just kind of run them, because you can run a set of wets until the end, like that.
Yeah.
Whereas I think it might be too late in the day for these other drivers to consider taking tires. I think it would just be fuel at that point.
Yeah, these drivers 23 to 24 minutes into their stints. And so not too long. Tires should be all right. And it's not like they had to go through the dry period that Johnny did. And only 32.5 minutes remaining. So yeah, that'll bring them up to just under an hour of running on these tires, which we imagine the tires should be able to do. Those that did get punctures, it was really the second half of those stints. Whereas here, these drivers, it wouldn't even be 1.5 stints, it'll be one in like a third or a quarter stint. So yeah, it should be relatively safe for these drivers. The main thing is, now Eric has closed up a little bit this lap. Robin has started improving their lap times, 39.5 last time, only a 10.5 slower than Eric. Really pound the pressure on. Any mistake now from Robin, you have to imagine that Eric is going to slot their car on through and pick up that second place.
Yes, yeah, that gap just coming down, like you'd use the two Ferraris for as closely matched as they are. You just really see how Eric is able to close in under braking in a lot of these corners. And see if he's able to set himself up for a move into turn one. Doesn't look like he has the most opportune of exits here. Kind of left himself a lot to do there with that exit. Yeah, you definitely think it's one of those things where it's bound to happen over the next few laps. Keep an eye on it. Ooh! As he catches what looks to be, he just took a little bit of that inside curb, which was quite damp at this point. Almost loses it, but is able to hold on to it. Yeah, I feel like that's one of those things where it's like it's one thing to be quick on track, but when you're trying to overtake someone and you have to like use different lines around the track where suddenly the grip levels are different, or the moisture on the track is built up a bit more, definitely just throws things out for a loop. See just a few different maneuvers here just to try and just force a mistake, perhaps fill the mirrors. I mean, it's funny in the wet because you're either trying to fill the mirrors of the car in front, or you're just trying to get out of the spray and just so you can see the track ahead. So it serves two purposes really. Yeah, like the Ferrari in front just taking a later apex, they're now able to kind of just pull away slightly. So yeah, definitely once that gap is closed in, it looks like the racing part of things is really going to start kicking into gear now.
Yeah, you mentioned about the track being a bit more moist, a bit wetter off the racing line, having a little bit less grip as we see front going a little bit deep, but struggling for traction is Eric. Just see the wheel sort of wobble as the car slid on the curb. But we've noticed last time around there was a car coming out of the pits. That was the number 9 of Johnny Ashley. Drive-through penalty for track limits.
Oh no.
So,
oh, that's so unfortunate.
Yeah, they do have those new tyres. So, I mean, realistically, everyone was going to make a drive-through apart from them. They've put themselves in that same boat. They were shortly behind the 83 of Daniel Lindblom. About 6 seconds back, I want to say. Now, originally we're thinking, they'd get that place when everyone else pitted. Now it's a case of if they want that place, they gotta go get it themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny because I did an endurance with Johnny. I don't think it wasn't Donington this year. I think it was Donington last year. Ooh, as we get very close under braking between the two Ferraris there for P2 and P3. Well, I remember Johnny, after handing me the car getting a drive-through, and then it's like, because there's the initial feeling of you get the drive-through, it's like, oh, geez, we have to go through the pits. But then there's the kind of feeling of, well, I've just bought myself a few extra laps where I can kind of take advantage of some corners because I'm not going to get another drive-through, am I? And sure enough, Johnny gets another drive-through, and I was like, okay. So yeah, so there's my initial thing seeing Johnny get into the thing there is like, oh, he's going to feel like he can just chase down P9, as you said, go for it on track. But I think that's also just going to mean that he's going to he might run more aggressive and then catch even more cut track warnings.
So what I'm gathering from that story is you're the type of driver that's given the car with 0 track warnings and hands it away with 3.
Yes. Or close to it. Oh, as we have a move potentially for P2. The inside line, one Ferrari to the other. And that looks like it's Eric through for 2nd place in the pros. About 60 seconds thereabouts to catch up to the leader. We could say an impossible task, but it's an oNiD server and there's rain involved. Anything can happen within the last half an hour here. Hit lap 200 well, so just a fantastic running from all the drivers here to get that far. Bit of a milestone that way, as we have it's another battle then for P5. Not with this car directly in front. I think it's the McLaren up ahead.
It is indeed. That's actually just come into the pits. They're taking their drive-through penalty. Now is a chance for the 81 to show some pace and try to effectively overcut, because they themselves will have to come in and drive through pit lane, not unless this is a track limit drive-through for the 182. We don't have that information. The 823 also peels into the pits as well. We'll just confirm when they leave the pits, if that is for a DT or if it moves for stint timer. But yeah, as you were saying about Johnny sort of going aggressively, and okay, they've cleared the track warnings. We have seen a lot of people fall into strife when they've been in situations by being able to push. Again, I refer back to wet race we had earlier this year, the 2.4 hour series at Misano, where you went wide just a little bit off track and you instantly got a track warning. Whether you gained time or not, you just were not allowed to run off the track in any manner. So you have to, that's just the thing with wet conditions on ACC. You lose that sort of flexibility of being able to give up the time, and the game just kind of says, oh hey, we're going to give you a cut. And that was brought in because people were kind of exploiting the no time gained, shall we say, because it was being compared to drier times, or completely dry times, rather than the same wet conditions. And so it means that, yeah, sometimes it is much easier to pick up track limit warnings in wet conditions. Not only are you sliding out, more likely to slide out wide, but when you do, you will get a track warning whether you slow down for it or not. And not to mention, we've seen how many cars have ran wide and spun off at T1. That's a track limit you can push a little bit more, so you might think, oh, I can push through there, don't have to worry about the track warnings. And it's not track warning that bites you, but rather slipping off into the gravel that we've seen a few times.
100%. We have, as you're saying, we have an anti-clockwise track here. Plenty of left-handers, plenty of right-handers. We only have one Neekmanders, and he's in the pit lane coming out now with his final stop of the race. Yeah, that's right. You put me on comms for the last 2 hours. This is what you're going to get.
Ben's rejoined us now. Ben, can you get the weather update? We can now see to the end of the race. Rain to the end.
Wet.
Yes, as we were sort of expecting. It's going to be all about when do you pick and choose your drive-through? Because that could have the biggest impact of the race at the moment, picking it at the right time, not getting stuck behind lapped traffic, other cars, using it to get a bit of free air, maybe giving the tyres an opportunity to cool down for a little bit as well. Choosing when to pick your drive-through here could be not a big difference, but it could be a little difference that helps swing a battle one way or the other, as Johnny Ashley back in pit lane and is stopped in the pit box.
I'm confused. Ben, if you missed it, Johnny picked up a drive-through for track limits and went back through to serve that, and now he's in the pits again.
And he's been on the stint for what, 20 minutes?
We have a replay.
Don't know. Has he had a disconnect?
Replay does not seem to be doing what I want it to do.
Well, you just said you just said we had a replay. You didn't say what the replay was of, so I think it gave you exactly what you wanted. A replay.
It did not. Let me hit this button again. Let me. Do a little bit of investigating.
I think he had a disconnect.
He has had a disconnect.
Oh no!
I'm looking at the replay myself manually, and there's a bit where it disappears. That is.
Yeah, I can see it in the car log at 27 minutes and 10 seconds past 9 o'clock. Car disconnected, number 9, Johnny Ashley, which is a real shame, as they were running very decently. That drive-through did set them back a little bit. It was going to cost them a position. But yeah, they'd been running good, and yeah, it was going to be interesting to see what they could have done on those new wet tyres that they'd put on for the final stint.
That's my team. Yeah, that's sad.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
That sucks. Yeah, that's a shame because he was on for our best result of the season there. So, never mind. Then what can you do though? We've had quite a few.
Well, given his performances in LMU, I think the going forward, your performances in Enduros in the next few years are going to be A-okay.
Right, it's me holding back the team at the minute, the LMU team.
Let's get you out of that Aston.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we have just over 20 minutes left in the race. The battle's quite spread out at the moment. Those that are a little bit closer are opening up rather than closing in at the moment, as Johnny gets out just in front of, or I should say Matt, who is taking over being the lead driver, has got out just out in front of Buntofson and hold on to 14th and is 15 seconds back from Paul Mitchell, so might be able to claim a 13th overall. Yeah, as we have the time here for the end race, shall we talk a little bit more about the Mon Ultimate? We'll be sort of transferring our attention to, so we have a car spun off. That's the number 76 that has been struggling for a lot of this race. Max Savick at the wheel at the moment, 2 laps back from the 800 and 301, who themselves are 4 laps back from Buntofson. So yeah, struggle for those 3 cars at the back of the field. But yeah, talking about the Mon Ultimate, it's, the reason for this series is we wanted to try and change things up for strategy. That's why we've got the 45-minute stint timer. We've got the limited tyre sets of 4 or 5 tyres, depending on whether it was a 4 or 6 hour race. But the Mon Ultimate has a lot more opportunity for opening up interesting strategies.
Yeah, it does with the fuel, the virtual energy as one, and then also as the ability to separate tyres outside of pit stop times as well. There's obviously the ACC thing, obviously matched SRO, where you can do tyres and fuel at the same time. The thing with Le Mans is it's effectively doing tyres and your energy at different times. So double stinting tyres and shorter stint lengths and things are a valid thing that you can do, and Scotty knows all about this obviously from Mondays, but the ability to stretch stints out as well, because you won't have top stint time, is being able to fuel save a lot better. All these sorts of things really do mean that the strategies are a lot wider. We really had to force a strategy effectively by putting a stint timer on these events. Otherwise you just find that a lot of the series are all the same with 60-minute stints, and it's just 60-minute sprint races. Yeah. So it should open it up quite nicely on LMU actually. So we are thinking about what we can do, and as soon as the functionality becomes public, away from the official sessions, which I think initially it'll be in official sessions only from next week with the driver swaps, but we'll be waiting for the opportunity to do our own thing. And yeah, as usual, we'll be doing that first as soon as we can.
Yeah, and something else you didn't mention was you can change tyres, but not just a set of tyres. You can change
That's true.
individual tyres.
Individual tyres.
Which means pit stops much shorter. Of course, ACC based on SRO, not just changing tyres and fuel at the same time. You only have one wheel gun for the pit stops, so that's why the pit stops when changing tyres take 30 seconds. For LMU, you have 2 wheel guns, so you can change 2 tyres in 5 seconds, which is much quicker. They've sort of more opportunity to go on the aggression of, oh hey, I'm going to change a couple of tyres in a race that you might not need to change tyres, because of course if you don't change tyres you don't spend any time and it's just the refueling. Whereas if you do change tyres, it's the refueling time plus the tyre change separately, as you mentioned then. Some more strategy options are, and we kind of seen this on Monday at Portimao for our GT3 festival, where Aidan Carter just suddenly a little over halfway through the race, on what would normally be a run as far as you can, then splash and dash to the end of the race. Portimao being aggressive on the tyres, he pitted just over halfway, changed a couple of tyres and went more aggressively to try and make up a few positions, and it worked out for him. It gained him a couple of places, so it'll be very interesting to see those strategies play out in LMU.
Yeah, and obviously my strategy was realise that I'm not going particularly fast, so, and I'm stuck behind people, so fuel save.
Yeah,
which I don't think was as quick as Aidan's, but it did mean that I led the race because I did 1 to 2 laps more than everyone else, and then a much shorter pit stop as well, which jumped me.
Yeah, you jumped up from, you were 15th on the grid, and you jumped all the way up to P5, which was fantastic.
I didn't actually overtake anyone in that race. I just no, wait, I think I overtook one. I think I overtook one person, and then all the rest of it was just strategy or other people spinning off. So yes, there definitely are options. As the pit board goes, Missy, with the driving through the pit board there.
If you don't know where the pit line is at this stage of the race, we're happy.
Yes.
I don't think that'll be too much of an issue, as we have.
It didn't look intentional. It looked like he locked up on the entry, because there is a rule in our rulebook. If to those that didn't know, was that just a reset of stint timer there? I think.
Yes.
But yeah, there is a rule in the rulebook, because why not?
I mean, there are some tracks where it can be quite easy to nip the pit entry board. I'm thinking sort of like Silverstone, where it's on the outside of the little right-hand kink as you go in on the inside of Woodcote. It's like you have no intention of hitting it, but with where you've hit the brakes and trying to slow the car down, you just end up clipping it. Though I would say, if you're looking for that pit board to know where the line is, I don't think you've quite done as much prep as you should have.
There was a reason that the pit board rule came in, and I think it was to do with mentioning no names, and I'm not going to throw any teams under the bus, but there was a sprint series where every single time the pit lane marker was lasting about 5 seconds in that race, in those races, set 2 stop races. So I think the worst one was, I think it was like Catalonia, where it's very difficult to work out where to pit sometimes. So just had a spin for the Connexus car.
Indeed, on the exit of T1, we'll get a replay of this one as
Your replays are not having fun, are they?
Your replays are just Robin Cam.
There we go. There we go.
Just that's early in turn 1.
Yeah, run out wide quite early. ACC TV did the thing of, I went to press a button and then it did the, here's a new replay, bunched them all down.
Of course.
I really wish it did it the other way around. Just put it on the bottom. But hey
Yep.
ho. Thankfully, hopefully don't have to use this app ever again.
Well,
Is there a
that's not
battle for
strictly
6th
true.
place? Yeah.
You might have to use it again, because we might use it for Evo when Evo finally gets to a point where we can actually run things on it. So
there will be a better app for Evo. We see Nick Manders here down the inside of the WLO Motorsports McLaren. Just gets slowed in time. I thought McLaren was almost going to go into the back of them, but they avoided that. Would have been a replay of what we've seen earlier between the McLaren and the Porsche that is on up the road. But
yeah, that was the grunt of the Lexus, a nice move, and then the McLaren went, no, you enjoy yourself, you have that, I'm sat in second in class, thank you very much.
Ooh, the McLaren really catches up there, almost runs into the back of the Lexus again. You're watching them. But another thing I was just thinking about LMU going forward is that, like, we are going to have, I suppose, I'm not going to say better, but we're going to have like a different weather system in the sense that you're going to have like 5 slots that you can pick in terms of having like wet, dry, clouds, all that kind of stuff. So I suppose there would be a bit more consistency in terms of organizers being able, like, you know, like ourselves would say, like being able to choose kind of the complexion of a race with a bit more certainty than say ACC's kind of pick a number between 0 and 1 and kind of hope the settings play nicely with you. Like, here's a graph that will like show you how the weather is going to operate over the weekend, so you need to kind of, you know, adjust accordingly and stuff. There's all sorts of permutations and things as we see the McLaren there chopping off on the exit. But I suppose the one thing is, like, are we going to see the case where it's like over a 24-hour race, or like the longer enduros in LMU? Like, would you want, like, would the 5 weather slots like be enough, do we think, or would you want that kind of? Would you want like a level where it's like, oh, you know, the first half of the race is going to be X, Y, and Z, and then the second half?
I think,
1, 2, 3.
well, we're waiting to see if there's more options that come in for longer races, because it might be for longer races that you're able to get more time slots. But to be honest, for us, from a server side, we'd much rather be able to. There's still some like uncertainty because it's all to do with percentage chance of rain, but you have much more control over it than you have in ACC, where, to anyone that knows, you effectively put in randomness factors and the game basically loads up a random instance when the server boots, so you can try and get a nice mixed weather race, but sometimes it'll be all dry, sometimes it'll be all wet, sometimes you'll have 10 seconds of rain, you know. So I think for us it'll mean that we can be sure that we can run some mixed conditions and it won't run the likelihood of being flooded, so we can be a bit more varied in what we do, because we have had that before where we've either ran an event or taken part in some events elsewhere, and I think the famous one was the oNiD SRA mini league that we did over 2 rounds, and one of the rounds was absolutely flooded, like absolutely underwater, undrivable fun. I loved it, but I'm not sure it was but that's something that we'll be able to control a bit more, so now we might be able to see more of what you see in real life, where you get periods where it's very light rain, where you tip your toe around for a few laps on dries and then it dries up again. We should have a bit more control over it.
I mean, as a driver, I feel like I'm slightly disappointed that there's, you know, less unknown about it, because going into racing, you know, right, this period of the race is this % chance of rain happening. It feels as though...
The leader's been in the wall.
Oh.
The leader's been in the wall.
That's the curse. The prophecy
12?
has come to pass.
We're trying to have
I literally just had them up on my screen on next to me, so that's the only reason I noticed this. They're going to get a massive swapper through here, I think.
Bit too much on the curb and just slightly lost rear end.
I think they'll be all right with that. On
Yeah.
FCC, I think they'll be fine, but that'll definitely wake them up.
Yeah.
If that was LMU, that tire was flying off the rim. And that was...
Yeah. Scotty, just to go back to what you're saying, I know totally what you mean. What would you prefer then? Because I'd say there's three options. There's one like ACC where it doesn't really tell you beforehand what the weather forecast is. Then you've got where on LMU you've got kind of the race split into sections. But then also you've got iRacing, where you get like a 3-hour weather window and the weather radar. Which one?
I think I would take iRacing because, like I said, I kind of like ICC a bit more. The one thing I don't like about it is when you do a longer race, you see patterns, and I don't like that because then it does become predictable. I want the unpredictability. Like ACC, I feel like sometimes you don't get to see far enough ahead, but what you do see,
30 minutes is not a lot in an endurance race.
Yeah.
Oh, could I suggest a fourth, more dangerous option? And I hope LMU does this. Could you imagine a game could you imagine LMU with a weather slot, but then they give you a server command which is like /rain or something? And it's like
ultimate chaos and carnage.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah,
it's 38-degree track temp, and then we're just going to throw a rain shower in to see what happens.
That's a extremely race right there. But yeah, I'd sort of like see a bit further ahead on ACC, but like it doesn't have the uncertainty because in 30 minutes you see a thing change on 30 minutes, and like 99 out of 100 times that will exactly happen on the second. I'm not a big fan of that, so I'd like to see. No system is perfect. They all have their upsides, downsides, and hey, we'll just take whatever we can get. Coming in to disrupt our lovely talk on how weather systems in racing sims work is Mr. Johnny Ash. Very, very unfortunate disconnection for you. As Ben was saying, it's going to be your best result of the season so far.
Yeah, we snatched defeat from the jaws of victory.
It's a really good way to put it.
Yeah, we Matt and his Ferrari calls didn't help, and then the disconnect, unfortunately. But I hate weather in all sims forever now. I think we're going to have totally dry races forever. Yeah, no, we had fun, but yeah, we were obviously Matt decided to bring us in and put me on wets probably 2 laps too soon.
Yeah, so but you were very limited on your stint timer. You could have done 1 more lap, I think, but it would have been tight. So do you think in hindsight you'd rather have driven through the pit lane at that moment and then come in 3 laps later to take wets?
Well, the actual plan was Matt was going to do another 10 minutes on his stint, but he got a puncture. So that was like 2 stints before. So in actual fact, we would have been all right if we hadn't have got the puncture.
Yeah.
So it would have worked out really well, and we'd have been perfect. But I'd have gone on wets and it'd have been absolutely fine. But yeah, when your wets are 150 degrees and 36.5 psi.
So this is where Scotty says Ben was saying on the stream that he'd have done exactly the same and put the wets on 2 laps early, because that's exactly what I said I would have done.
Yeah.
But I was shouting at the screen telling you to slow down because I could see how fast you were going on wets on a dry track.
Yeah.
That was the only thing.
I had to keep some kind of speed up, otherwise we'd have lost so much time. But I was trying to coast into corners, and there's just no hope really. But it was good. But 14th is disappointing because we were net 4th and we were doing really well. So
kind of sums up our season as this team.
Yes.
I think
it does. Yeah.
So never mind. No, but it was really good to see you guys running up there. I was very happy. There's not much you can do about disconnects and things like that. Don't worry. I've had internet connection issues as well today.
Yeah, the
stream's been in 2 parts.
The funny thing is, Ben, as well, like when I saw the stream go down, and me and you live 5 miles away from each other.
Yes.
And my internet was fine, and then we had the disconnect. Obviously later on, I didn't actually lose internet connection at all. I was still in the chat with Dave and Matt, and I was like, "Guys, I've disconnected." They were like, "What?" you're still driving around, and then all of a sudden it just went. So it's just one of them weird ACC anomalies, unfortunately.
As you joined, we were just talking about how this is going to be the last ACC Enduro for us.
Probably. I just need to proviso this, because if ACC decide if Kunos decide they want to put some new DLC out onto ACC, maybe we'll do something. But yes, it's probably the last Enduro that we do.
The highly very likely last Enduro. And we were just talking about the Mon Ultimate, which we're putting more of a focus on, and saying what we're looking forward to, the different strategies on offer with changing single tyres instead of having to do all 4 tyres, having tyre change separated from refueling time in the pit stops. You've been having a great time on the Mon Ultimate in our season so far. I'm sure you're looking forward to it as well.
Absolutely, can't wait. Obviously was part of some testing for driver swaps as well, so that was really good. They've done the right thing, they've decided not to roll out driver swaps to private servers too soon, so it's going to be in just official events to start with, so they can monitor it. But yeah, like you said, it's going to bring so much. There's 4 different types of class of car. The pit strategy is so going to be open. You know, they've not brought a stint timer yet, so it's, you know, it's going to be so, it will make it really, really interesting, and it will make some of the racing fantastic. The weather, I was in when you were talking about it. Obviously, you can set a percentage in the slots and stuff, so it is kind of still random and unpredictable. But you know, there might be, in this weather slot, there might be a potential of a rainstorm, or you know, or it's going to dry up, or it feels more like an endurance game than ACC.
Yeah, I mean, I do have to say, on Sunday in our 100 series at Le Mans, I really was not expecting the rain to start pouring down as we were rolling off before this race started, but after the point we had committed to our tires, that was very fantastic in how that occurred. So I can't say too much sort of negativity on that. Give us a fantastic race, because yeah, it has been very great for a series so far. I mean, we're obviously in the middle of season 3 of 2025, where we've had some great series going on.
Yeah, I think the uptake of LMU's been incredible. Ben will tell you, we had that one in season 2. We had
I have to cut you off. Do you know why? That's
leader's about to win the race.
I thought I was going to be able to let you talk because they had another lap, but they didn't. Mishka and Matt Jordan, well done for their first win of the season. They're fantastic stuff. Really dominated it in the last couple of hours, even with a little scare at the end. Yeah,
the commentator's curse didn't actually come into effect, although it tried. It tried. Yeah.
I think everybody will be happy for them, because they've been really unlucky with some of the incidents they've had in disconnects through the season. So the HSR Motorsport car comes home for their first podium as well. First podium, first win of the season. Fantastic stuff. They've definitely deserved that this season.
Number 70 will come across the line. They won't quite take the championship. They won't quite get their first win. It'll be their second podium of the series. Their first in 3 races ago in the second round, so they'll be glad to get back on the podium there. And then the number 8 will be in 3rd place, taking their first podium of the series, which I'm sure they'll be quite happy with as well in the Pro Class. We also have our AMS winner, which is Dr. Santon in the 92 Porsche as well, so well done to them.
So congrats to all the finishers. I'm actually going to go out on a limb here and say, like, if anyone's been driving that is in the chat, I'd love to hear. I'd love to get a read of the room and see what everyone's kind of highlight, personal or team wise, in terms of what the last endurance championship brought for them. Like, you know, what was their best moments Just because, like, as we kind of sunset on ACC for a little bit, at least until, as Ben said, if they release a livery pack for the 2026 cars, Ben is assuredly going to run us an enduro for it. With Kudos like flicks the one switch and they add some textures into the game. It's like, yep, that's the DLC we needed. But yeah, no, I'd love to hear some of the other drivers that we've had, because like, we come out the other side of this 6-hour race, but I suppose ultimately we come out the other side of a full endurance championship. So I'd love to get some opinions in the chat as to like what their own highlights were from it. Because yeah, I think it goes to show the kind of breadth and the I suppose the scope of what we were trying to run in a championship like this, where it's like no two races really felt the same. There was like Scotty's been explaining throughout, like some of the teams have had just really, really good runs, and some of them have had mega misfortunes, and some of that's down to the track, some of it's the car, some of it's any number of things. But yeah, no, it's cool to see us coming out the other side. Like tears of joy, of sadness, of all sorts. As we look brighter onto the LMU side of things. What was actually? I'll point it at E. What was your personal highlights throughout the endurance championship? I should probably have directed that at one person. Johnny, go first.
I think it was just getting Ben to agree to it in the first place. No, it was just great to finally get one under our belts. We timed it just a little bit late. Obviously, we didn't realise how the drop off on ACC would be so great, and we didn't realise LMU would come up so quickly as it did. So we had that drop off towards the end, but it was great to get one done. Good to get one under our belts. It's for us as kind of organisers, it's raised a few questions about what we do and how we improve, and we've got some of that ball rolling already. But I think one of my favourite moments, I think, from the whole of the championship, and it was a silly moment, was I don't know if you remember round one, when I think it was actually tonight's winners in the Bentley come round to do their qualifying lap, and were end of their first qualifying lap were greeted with about 20 slow cars all starting their lap.
Yeah, because I remember, because I was about 2 cars behind them.
And they still made the corner, which was incredible. And it overtook about 16 cars all going slow. And it was just a funny moment. And it made us go, oh, do you know what? We maybe have to change something here. It's not quite working. But it was a learning experience for us, definitely.
What about you, Ben?
I think the uptake probably. I know it's been a bit different today because we had quite a few drop out. I know we kind of clashed with quite a few big sim racing and iRacing things today, which from our understanding is a couple of teams were busy doing Lords 24 this weekend. So, but I think just the uptake of it across the 5 rounds has been excellent. The amount of teams that signed up, we basically filled it immediately. We had reserves come in as well through the series. So just watching how many people wanted to do it, obviously, as ACC has naturally trailed off during the series, which is a shame. But I think it was obvious that the way that we do things with our endurance is quite attractive to people. So it was quite nice to see so many people sign up.
Yeah, I think it goes to say, I think I wouldn't be too far wrong in saying that I'm sure this series has been what's been keeping a few of these drivers, even keeping ACC installed on their PCs. So I think it's a nice testament to, I suppose, the kind of racing that we put on, and also the kind of community that we have, that they're willing to sign up for and stick it out. Even I always say it at every race, I always just love seeing just the drivers finishing races, we'll say, and we do have a good kind of group of folks within our community who will just like, like for as much as you have like the podium runners and stuff, you do have the people at the other end of the grid who are just sticking it out, pumping in the laps, just getting around the track for a few hours. And so it's, those wins for the top few drivers don't seem as, we say, like great when the grids are small. So the fact that we have the community that we do and on all the teams, because it's no light effort for a team to commit to a championship either. So yeah, it's been great to see that. And what about yourself, Scotty? You haven't dodged the spotlight. What's your own highlight?
I was hoping you'd. I mean, I'd like to say, apart from Johnny mentioning the start of the Red Bull Ring qualifying, which I do remember very well, that was a very chaotic moment. There hasn't been one moment. It's the series in general has just been kind of mentioned. But to be honest, I mean, I'll be honest, my memory's not the greatest. I don't remember single moments that well. I'm going to bring up a moment, maybe not necessarily the most positive moment, but definitely a memorable moment was the opening laps of Spa, where I think did have to restart the race once for lap one crash. So we were fine the second time, except for when we got to lap 2, where like the front 2 people crashed, and then again on lap 3, the new front 2 or 3 people had another crash at the top of Radion. That was just crazy, and certainly opened some opportunities for other drivers to get out front and have a potential to win our first 6-hour race of the season. But yeah, it has been interesting. The strategy has been interesting, even if we have had to force it through some interesting settings. But yeah,
Thanks for that. I'd forgot I was doing the stewarding that day. I'd forgotten about that, but thanks for that. I remember how long it took us to get through the first couple of laps of stewarding decisions. But yeah, cheers. God.
You're welcome. Though we can move past that. I've just had a little look. It seems like we have a couple of people waiting if they could pop in to join us. I believe, if I'm looking correctly, we have. I don't think. Just trying to see if we can maybe bring them up. They are 2 drivers from the
winners.
Johnny's disappeared.
So yeah, I think we've got Marvin and Mika from the Mertel team who obviously finished 4th today, but win the championship overall. Do you want me to bring them in?
Yeah, shall we bring them up? Let's have a little talk to our Pro Championship winners. It has been a long season since the year started, but do welcome in Marvin Butson and Mika Patush. Well done. You both have won the 2025 oNiD Abruzzi Endurance Championship.
Thank you very much. It was a very long season, 1 race per month, and 1 month break. Pretty long, yes.
I guess you guys were allowed a 4th place today rather than your track record across the rest of the season today. How challenging was it today compared to some of the other races?
Mika?
Yeah, well, we didn't put in that much practice for this race in particular, as the past few weeks were a bit busy for our team. And also shout out to Emil, who did the qualifying today and the first few stints. And yeah, well, Valencia is not the track of our choice, I'd say, but yeah, in total, the season,
you would
I'd
say.
was very good. Yeah, it's not my favorite track, yes.
I like this track with this fast flowing corners. It's obviously a motorcycle track, but yeah, I like the characteristic of this track.
Obviously, this season had the 45-minute stint timer, the limited tires. How did you find getting to grips with that, figuring out strategies throughout the races, especially when weather was involved tonight and at Donington earlier this season?
Donington was a hard one.
Yeah.
I can't remember actually the race. It was a bit frustrating.
It was
It
your
wasn't just me then. Yeah.
it was your worst
It's just-
result of the season, but still P5. That isn't too bad at all. Your other 4 results: second in the opening round, 2 wins at Spa and Monza the previous month, and then your 4th today. Good, consistent season, mostly on the podium. But yeah, how were the strategies at the dry tracks, even when you're having to double stint those tires?
yeah, it was a hard one. So in the first race, I think we started on pole.
No,
Okay.
we were second.
We're second. Yeah. We started with just enough fuel to go for 45 minutes. In the end, retrospective, it was the false strategy. We should have put more fuel in a tank, maybe make it full. So we lost a bit time in the first stop, and we can't make up this time the whole race. So that was why we got second. But at the other races where we started on pole, we had good pace and went our pace, and then it was a pretty. It was not from a matter which strategy we were going.
So, of course, end of the season, if there was one round you had to pick out as your favorite round, not necessarily one of the ones you won, but ones you enjoyed the most and felt the most rewarding, what would you say was the standout round for you?
Should I go first? Yeah.
Um,
I can't really pick one because I think all the races were much fun with like the championship, as you already mentioned in the last question, was a lot different to other championships we've raced in with the limited tire sets and stint timers. So you had to double stint the tires. So, but if I had to pick one, I think I'd go for round 2 of the Spa race because it wasn't really a track where we were expecting a win, but yeah, it was just one of those races where keeping clean and just don't get any damage and don't get any penalties, where that really paid off for us and where we sort of inherited first place in the end. Yeah, but also Donington, where we finished 5th, was really fun because it's just such a cool track. And yeah.
I'm not sure anyone had a good time at Donington. I'm going to start with that. That was a very difficult race for everyone, that one. So fair enough.
And it was, I don't know. I can't remember even the race. It was so horrible. Yeah, but for me too, the second round, the Spa round, was not the expected good race as comes out in the end. Yeah, it was a really fun race. Good pace, good consistency. I enjoyed it a lot.
Excellent.
Yeah, and one last question for me, unless Paul or Ben have any more afterwards. But of course, oNiD, we've been kind of looking away for ICC. It's quite old at this point, and it's had its fair use. We're looking towards the Mon Ultimate. Are we going to see you two on the Mon Ultimate, or are you two going to go in a different direction?
I'm completely at you. Well, I I raced Le Mans Ultimate since, let me think, since 2 months very actively.
Excellent.
Don't put much effort actually into this race today, because ACC feels a bit odd after so many years and after some LMU experience. So LMU feels more naturally for me, I think. And I will probably when the race dates are good, probably I will join some races here.
Yeah,
Let's see.
we talked about that, Marvin, on the stream towards the end. We were saying that quite a few people hadn't done ACC since the last round because like myself, I've been on LMU and iRacing, and a load of the drivers have been doing LMU as well. So I don't think you were the only ones. I think it took a couple of sessions for people to get up to speed with ACC again.
LMU feels just good. I don't know. It's insane, but I really enjoyed racing in ACC. But LMU feels just natural.
So ACC will be facing the uninstall button tonight, I take it?
No. We compete in the 24-hour race, Nordschleife, at here.
Next week.
Next
in
week,
LFM.
yes.
Yes. We will
And,
join.
Yeah.
Brave
I also
for
have
me.
to say, like in the last few weeks, I did a lot more races on ACC actually than the weeks before. But still, I think the future is in the hands of the more ultimate, as it's really becoming more and more popular. And also, as Marvin says, I think it just feels a little bit better than ACC. But for me, ACC is still a lot of fun. So it won't be uninstalled unless everybody is turning away
Quitting
from
the game.
ACC. Yeah.
And you see, he was racing ACC in the past weeks because he was the fastest today from our lineup.
Hadn't muddied that ACC experience with the Mon Ultimate too much. Well, unless Polar Hydra have any more questions? Polar Ben, sorry.
The only question I had in my mind was which round was the one that tested the synergy of the team most? Like, at what point was it just plain sailing throughout, or was there one round where it's like it tested the friendship any bit?
No, we rotated a bit in Monza, where Michael Frey joined our lineup. Because there was no time for Emil and me. Or did Emil race and you don't race, Mika?
No, I was
you and
racing with
Michael, no?
Michael. Yeah, because
Yeah,
you
okay.
and Emil were busy.
Yeah. So but no, there was no sticky
drama
situation between us. No.
That's probably for the better. That's all I had in terms of questions. Anyway, I think Scotty and Ben covered the rest.
Yeah, well,
no, we had much fun together. Was the first time we were racing together, we three. So Emil, Mika, and me. It was quite nice. We had a lot of fun.
Good. Any last questions, Ben?
No. Just congratulations. Solid results. So deserved the win overall.
Yep.
Really, really good all around.
Yeah, well-oiled machine, all working well together, and it did bring you the championship along with 2 round wins on your way there. Thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box. Thank you very much for joining the series, and very big congratulations for winning.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks,
also
guys.
for
It's a pleasure.
streaming. Thank you also for streaming the events, and
A really high quality stream, I would say.
Yes.
Was really good. I know some bigger communities with more worse stream. so it was really good.
Thank you. No,
Really
we do appreciate that. Thank you.
Appreciate the kind words. And again, very big congratulations. Well done. And we'll hopefully see you in the Mon Ultimate in the near future.
Yeah. Thank you.
Cheers, guys.
Good night.
So wonderful there to talk with our overall champions after 24 hours of racing this season. And it has all come to an end.
Say it ain't so. No, the tears are coming out.
No, just a big thanks from me. Obviously, Johnny mentioned that he had to persuade me to do this in the end. Obviously, me and Johnny and the Andys and stuff organise all the enduro stuff, and yeah, it took a lot of work to get this one put together. We'd obviously had such good feedback. We from the individual events, we wanted to do a series. So, yeah, just a big thank you really to everyone for tuning in and anyone taking part over the 5 rounds. Yeah, just we really enjoy putting on these events, and we hope that we can continue to put them at such a high standard for people. So, given that we are just some sim racers that just like putting on things, so so we do appreciate it.
Yeah, well, there may not be any Enduros scheduled for now. We still have season 3, which we are halfway through as it stands. That will continue tomorrow with the 100 series, which is at again, I should have had this up. Tomorrow, 100 series, 100 minutes of Imola tomorrow. So join us then for it should be some interesting strategic racing with hypercars and GT3s. Then on Monday we start the second half of season 3 with the GT3 festival. That will be round 5 at Spa for 65 minutes. Then on Tuesday we have the continuation of our John Cooper Works Mini World Tour on the original Assetto Corsa. That'll have 3 15-minute sprint races, the third of which featuring a full reverse grid. So make sure you join us for that. Wednesday has our Le Mans Ultimate Simhound Academy, which is helping inexperienced people get up to speed, get to grips, learn the ropes of Le Mans Ultimate, and hopefully find some pace. That will be at Fuji on Wednesday coming up. And then on Thursday, we have our British oNiD 4 series on iRacing. That will be taking place at Alton Park next week. So plenty of racing coming up over the next 4 weeks that we have remaining of season 3 before we will eventually get our hands on those driver swaps in the Mon Ultimate and get some endurances on there. Again, I want to thank all those that have helped out in the season, whether it's behind the scenes, helping to organise it on the streams alongside me, or have been helping in the stewarding box. Going through all those incidents we had this season, thankfully was very calm and mostly well behaved tonight. So yeah, unless there are any final words, that is going to be us.
No, big shout out Enduro Dad himself, Andy, for all the hard work he's put in this season, putting this together. I know there's some others that have helped him and with bits, but he's the main man behind it. So big shout out, Andy.
Yeah, and one last thank you as well to Abruzzi for partnering us for the season, as well as Coach Dave Academy for giving us some codes for prizes as well. We greatly appreciate their support on the series. So until we return back tomorrow with the 100 series in the Mon Ultimate, thank you all very much for watching. Thank you very much to those that participated as well. And until next time, take care. We'll see you then. Bye bye.